Okay. All
What'd
right.
you do
Freestyle.
today?
Me, I was
Yeah.
at physical therapy, and then I had to go to get my oil change, tire rotation, have my car's maintenance checked, and stuff like that.
You know what I thought when you said have your maintenance? The I thought you were gonna say spayed or neutered.
Oh,
I don't know why my brain immediately went to The Price is Right. Have your
uh,
has your car been spayed or neutered, Drew?
no, my Honda has not been spayed or neutered. Sorry about that.
In Coos Bay, where I'm from, there are people that, and I'm sure it's everywhere, but they'd have these big
Mhm.
lifted trucks, and they would put like a set of testicles above their or below their like license plate or like by the muffler or whatever.
I've seen that.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I guess you could spay or neuter your truck.
I've seen people do that stuff, and I was like, really? Like when I saw it, I was just kind of like, ah, okay. I guess, but yeah, it looks kind of ridiculous to me. But to each
Yeah,
their own. It's one
it's
of
like
those things.
tell me where you're at mentally, without telling me where you're at mentally. Show me a
Yeah,
show me a pair of testicles on your automobile.
yeah. I was looking at that, going, what's the point of that? Like I don't know, man. Is people do odd stuff sometimes, and that's definitely one of those moments where I would go, yeah, that's something odd right there. Yeah.
What are you working on right there? What are you doing?
I'm making a belt, uh, sword sword belt for my one of my Conan figures, actually.
Dude, I just gave my dad a cut not Savage Sword, but one of the Conan comics, like it looks like an actual comic. It's not like the Savage Sword style.
Uh,
Uh, I just gave him it like literally like 20 minutes ago, and then I gave him a Billy the Kid. They used to make like old West comics, and my dad likes that kind of stuff, and he also likes like Sergeant Rock. Do you remember those?
yeah, yeah, I love Sergeant Rock.
Yeah, he likes all that kind of stuff. So whenever I find anything like that, I pick it up for dad. Aaron
Yeah.
had Aaron had quite the haul, quite the birthday haul. The spoiler got today. He got low light, 1986 low light for me.
Oh, wow, wow.
He got the 1986 Sergeant Slaughter that drove the Triple T. He
Okay.
got he got a Televiper. He got a Toxi Viper or Toxo Viper. He got Frost, or excuse me, not
Iceberg?
Frostbite. What's that?
Iceberg? Iceberg?
Not Iceberg. The other.
Snowdrop? Snowdrop?
I think it's Snow Job. He's got a red beard.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
he got
Snowdrop.
he got Snow Job. He got Egon from the Ghostbusters, the vintage.
Okay.
He got Too Bad from Masters of the Universe. He
Oh, too bad.
the vintage. He got what else did he get? He got two gift cards to eBay, a gift card to a restaurant, two shirts, a
Okay.
cake, ice cream, dinner where he wanted it. He picked Burger King. So we had Burger King for dinner. Yeah.
Burger King? Really?
Well,
Okay.
I think it's because like when we grew up, one of our biggest things was like getting food, going home, watching it, watching a movie while we eat. So it's like something that we still do even in our 40s.
All right, I'll take it.
So yeah, he was a little lighter on my checkbook. And then he also got I got him a Daredevil, Marvel Legends Daredevil.
Is it the new one?
It's the one. No, it's not. It doesn't look like the comic book. It looks like it. He's got like a scruffy beard. He's not super bright red. He's got the whip. Um, I'm trying. He almost looks like the TV show version, possibly.
Okay.
But yeah, so I got him that because I got that in a lot. Like when I buy toys, sometimes I'll get a lot, and it'll include stuff that I don't like particularly collect. So I know that my brother loves Marvel Legends, so hooked him up with that.
Is he a Daredevil fan?
Yeah, so am I.
Okay.
He
Gotcha.
my brother's favorite superhero is the Punisher.
Okay.
So he's always just loved the Punisher. When Cable came out, he loved Cable. He was a big fan. Like, I don't know if he was a big fan, but like when Image Comics came out, he bought Silverhawk, or not Silverhawk. It was like, I can't remember what the name of that comic was. You know what I'm talking about?
It is Nighthawk.
Okay,
Shadow,
Nighthawk
no,
and
Shadowhawk.
Shadowhawk, and then he also liked Pitt. Do you remember Pitt?
Of course, Dale Keown, the guy that made the best Incredible Hulk sketches of all time.
Okay, so yeah, that Pitt was almost kind of a ripoff of the Incredible Hulk, to be honest with you, a little bit.
Well, that's the whole thing of Image. They were. I don't even call it a ripoff. I call it like they were. It's what they wanted to do with the characters that
Yeah,
they had at Marvel, and Marvel wouldn't let them. So like they took a lot of those ideas and formed them into a character very similar. Because
yeah,
Marvel wouldn't let them. They wouldn't let them do it, and even if they did, they would own. Completely just own what they made. You
yeah.
know. But Dale, yeah, I have an Incredible Hulk, Dale Keough Incredible Hulk figure. It's my favorite thing, and I did a custom paint job because when they did it, it was just a set of jeans, and so I painted the purple pants. Did a custom paint job of the purple pants. That's really, really one of my best paint jobs I ever did.
To make it look
Uh
like the vintage Incredible Hulk.
huh. Angel came out to see me in person uh last winter. And I said, "Yeah, man, you can come out." And he hung out with me, and he saw that, and that was one of his favorites. He was like, "Whoa, where did this come from?" I was like, "Yeah, that's one of my custom paint jobs. It's one of my favorite pieces I did." But it's the Dale Keough Hulk. He made the best Incredible Hulks, uh, and he's notoriously known for that. So I was like, "Oh man, you know, great, great, great. Love Dale Keough." Sam Keith with the Max. The Max was MTV had the animation. You know, they had that whole thing going, and my favorite image. To since it's your brother's birthday, I shall give an image talk. Um, image. My favorite image thing was Grifter.
Okay.
If you remember Grifter from Wildcats, you know.
Image, when Image first came out, it was cutting edge, revolutionary. I remember everybody was trying to buy the number ones that were coming out.
Yeah.
Um, Everybody thought they were going to get rich from
Yes, they did.
buying these Image comics, and I'm telling this more for the audience and for you, but back in the day, like especially when Drew and I grew up, in the '90s and the late '80s, baseball cards, basketball cards, comic books, anything like that, when people started collecting them, people thought they were going to be rich 20, 30 years from now, just like their parents, like if they held on to their Mickey Mantles or their Amazing Spider-Man or, first Batman or whatever. It doesn't really work like that, because the reason that those were so valuable is because comic books were disposable when they were kids. Like they would literally read those comics and just chuck them in the trash. They were printed on really crappy paper.
Yeah.
Baseball cards back then were short runs. Kids would put them in their spokes. They didn't even know, they had no idea what they had, and nobody saved them. So years and years later, when the market was, there was less cars available than for what people wanted. So it drove the price up. So it was the exact opposite for Drew and I's
Yeah.
generation. It was like, I remember, well, I could get X-Men, Toy Biz X-Men figures on card probably in like 2013, 2014 is when I started collecting my X-Men Toy Biz figures on card. I got
Mhm.
Magneto for like $20. I got X-Men, or I got Wolverine, $19. I got Gambit, $15. Iceman, $10. You could get them for almost nothing. And now the X-Men 97 is so popular. I mean, it literally took 30 years for a hit TV show to explode the value of those Toy Biz figures, because they were considered, there was just so many of them.
They
And now
made they made so many. You know, they made a ton of them
they made a
because
ton of them, but it's funny how that works. So sometimes it's like the exception to the rule. Like if something's so popular, it drives up the price of something that's plentiful.
right.
But you know,
that was kind of the thing. And let me elaborate with you on this. I was going to tell everybody the thing that really kicked up the value, especially back then, is that when the war happened, when World War II happened, a lot of that stuff got recycled. A lot of stuff got thrown out. A lot of it became historical artifacts because
Yeah.
they didn't have a lot of the original prints of some of those baseball cards, some of those comics, what they were writing, what the language was like at that time. And then
Yeah.
there was the comic book. What was it? Supreme Court Act. I'm sure you know about this, where this doctor came before and said that they were dangerous and they were scary and it was evil and it was corrupting young people. So they made the parents burned all their kids' comics.
The
You
comics
know,
code. The comics
yeah,
code.
that's how
That's
the comic
why
book came in.
that's why
Yes.
Morbius didn't drink blood anymore. They made him drink plasma.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
went from a vampire who didn't they turned him into a vampire who didn't drink blood, dude.
Yeah. That was crazy when they did that whole thing. I was like, what the plasma? I was like, oh, okay, plasma it is. Here we go. So they did that whole thing, and that comics code. What's funny about the comics code was like it was probably valid the first, I don't know, maybe let's say 10 to 15, maybe 20 years, if that,
Mhm.
if that, because people tested it and then nothing happened. Like several years down the road, like in the 70s and the 80s, people were like testing it
Yeah.
and putting that together. And I was just kind of like, this comic code thing is lame. But yeah, like that's what took up the value for comics and cards was that most of that stuff didn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Getting 1939 Detective Comics issue 27 for Batman first appearance.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't have that, and they didn't do a lot of reprints at that time. You
Yeah, there
know,
was no they didn't, and as a matter of fact, didn't they used to like I don't know if they recycled the paper and to make the next issue or whatever, but they would reuse the paper. Like if somebody bought the comic, read it, they'd like use it to take notes on and stuff like a notebook. Like they would like get the use out of it and then repurpose the paper.
yeah, there was a lot of stuff that happened back then that was not cool. That people did. So a lot of stuff got lost.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff got lost, and if you had it by the luck of the draw, if you just happened to have Action Comics #1 or Detective Comics issue 27, or if you had something like that, then the value went way out the roof. To get something like that, it really depended on the rarity of the comic, which meant like, did they print that much of it? Did they only
Yeah.
print it once? And there's not that many around. So then what the future comic book market did, they went like this and said, limited edition. Remember that? Limited
Yeah,
edition.
I do like
One out of
Drew, the two comic books, the limited edition deal that like really like I specifically well there's three of them, okay? There was the breaking of the
yeah,
bat when Batman had his back broke by Bane,
yeah, yes,
Death of Superman,
right.
and then X-Men, and you guys had to be there when like when Drew and I were there in
Yeah.
the 90s. X-Men became the most popular comic book ever, and they released like one, two, three, four, five, or whatever. They had different covers. They had different. Some of them were like iced out. Some of them were bedazzled. Some were normal. Some came with autographs. Like holographic cards were inserted. Everybody was chasing the X-Men #1 comic book run. They had like two or three different X-Men ones. Do you remember that?
Yeah, so what happened was that was Jim Lee that sold between 8.3 to 8.7 million copies for one book. And you had the Wolverine
Wow.
and Cyclops regular cover. Then you had the deluxe cover that folded out into the poster that had the extra pictures of the villains and stuff like that, some extra pictures. And then
Yeah.
you had, I think it was Gambit, Beast. Was it Gambit, Beast, and Psylocke and Storm on one cover? And then it was
Wolverine,
Magneto.
Wolverine, Cyclops,
Yeah.
Beast, or Rogue or something. I actually I have them. in my I just don't have them on me. They're buried in the archives. I'm sure you
Right.
have them, right?
Yeah, I did have the separate issues for the long time. I have them bound like in a, in an omnibus,
Hmm.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um, but like I used to have the separate issues because my brother, when what store went out of business? Amazing Comics went out of business in LA. I think he bought me every number one cover that they had, and I believe it was like four or five because there was two of the Wolverine and Cyclops, the regular one, the fold out one. That was same thing. That was that one. Magneto
Mhm.
cover. It was Beast. What was it? Beast, Rogue. Was it Beast, Gambit, and Storm on one cover? And then it was like Colossus, a couple others on the other cover. I have to look it up. And then that was the whole thing for the covers. And everybody bought them thinking if they bought all the variant covers, and then they went, ooh, and then
Yeah.
everybody started making foil covers,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
cards
Yeah.
you were talking about.
The death
Uh,
of the death of Superman came in a black plastic bag,
yeah.
and it was like, don't open that, Drew. Don't open that. You're messing with your financial future if you open that. And everybody
Oh,
kept it. Everybody bought three or four. Nobody opened it. Nobody actually read it. The only way you're going to read it is if you bought two or three, one to read, or because back then, everybody in the chat, there wasn't like you couldn't just hop on the internet and look at any media you wanted to. You had to physically have the comic book or the VHS or the anything. There was no references. That's why people were making millions of dollars selling Encyclopedia Britannicas. Because that was your like you had my grandma had like the Encyclopedia Britannica set from like 1957 or something on the shelf. So that was the internet back in the back when we were kids, man. We couldn't even afford a phone line, Drew. We weren't having the internet in the house, dude. You wanted to learn something, get your ass to the library.
that's true. Oh, Nicole asked me a question she wanted. I didn't see it till now. Sorry about that, Nicole. My birthday is March 31st. It's the last day of March. That's when that happens. So,
Well,
yeah.
that's good. That's good that we know because Nicole and I are actually we booked your J.C. Penney photo shoot where you're going to recreate the 1987 Masters of the Universe pose, outfit, everything.
Oh wow! Did I tell you guys about the Skeletor action figure that got stuck in my?
Stuck in what?
Oh, I didn't tell you about that. In the '80s, I was hanging out watching TV, and I had the Skeletor figure, the original one, and he had the sharp claw, the hand like this, and the hand like
Hmm.
that. So the sharp claw hand, I had it on my face, and somehow it ended up getting stuck in my eye and braced my cornea, and I had to go to the hospital to get it taken out.
Are you kidding me?
Dead serious. Yeah,
The action figure hand got stuck in your eyeball.
that would be right.
Well, how do you feel about Skeletor now?
Well, I met Alan Oppenmeyer that voiced Skeletor,
Yeah,
and I told him the
Oppenheimer.
story. Yeah, I told him I met Alan and I told him the story, and he was like, "That's the weirdest story I've ever heard in my life." Yeah, Alan Oppenmeyer was he's a super cool guy, very nice. They made him the Bones Throne from Snake Mountain at the event I was at, and his full
Oh,
size that he sat in.
he
Yeah,
dude, Alan Oppenheimer is literally like 95, 96, and
yeah,
he's actually Skeletor is actually related to Oppenheimer, the guy who did the nuclear bomb.
yeah.
Did you know that?
I did not know that. I think that that's crazy.
That's so
I was like, yeah,
Skeletor
what?
had access to weapons of mass destruction. He should have been able to take over Grayskull with ease.
Well, I don't think it worked out that good.
No, man. Hey,
He was,
question in
yeah.
the chat from our boy Sean. He says, Alex, question for you. Who wins in a wrestling match? So this is a pro wrestling match. This isn't like a shoot, right? Hulk
Hmm.
Hogan versus Bruno Sammartino. Both are in their prime. Okay. Bruno
Bruno.
Samar I was gonna say Bruno too, because Bruno didn't lose for like I want to say legitimately probably didn't lose a wrestling match for over 20 years. I think he dropped the belt to Pedro Morales, right?
I think so, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly. It's been a
he
while, but I
dropped
think
he
it's
dropped the
Pedro.
belt to like Pedro Morales. The thing with Bruno Sammartino was he was so over before they even had like proper television, and people still thought wrestling was an actual shoot. Hogan Hogan was over when rock and wrestling was going on, and sports entertainment was definitely what Vince was pushing. And
Right.
Hogan was for sure a megastar, probably the biggest star of like our generation, and probably the biggest star of a lot of people's generation. I mean, up until Stone Cold and The Rock. But I think if they were both in their prime, I mean, it's hard to say that, like Drew said, it's hard to say that Bruno wouldn't go over. I really, and then if it came down to a shoot, Bruno would turn Hulk Hogan into a freaking pretzel because Bruno was the
Oh,
real deal.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bruno was an actual shoot. Back in the day, for everybody in the chat, like if you were a professional wrestler and you didn't know how to actually defend yourself, they wouldn't even let you in the business. You
That's
had to
true.
like if somebody that wasn't in the business, like me or Drew, who aren't wrestlers, we just happened to be at a bar or a restaurant and we wanted to test them. The companies wanted their champions and their wrestlers to be able to handle themselves because if they
Yeah.
didn't, they might not get work again. So
That's true. That's
yeah,
true.
absolutely true. So Shawn Michaels is a great example of somebody who, if Shawn Michaels had been wrestling back in the like not even the golden era, like the 50s, there's
Yeah.
no way he would have made it because they wouldn't have had enough faith in him to physically handle himself in an actual altercation. They wouldn't have done it. No
Yeah.
way. No
That's the
way.
truth.
The
Let me
champion the
go ahead.
champion no, the champions back then, I mean if you put new wrestlers back then, your guys would be like Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar,
Yeah.
Bret Hart, Ken Shamrock,
Owen.
um, Owen. You'd have guys that could actually legit, Ravishing Rick Rude,
Yeah.
Haku. You'd have actual badasses.
No, that was the thing. And when you go back to Bret Hart's dad, Stu Hart, he was the master. Remember, he was the master of
Yeah,
handling that stuff.
he would take
People
people.
forget.
He would take people down to stretch them that weren't even there for wrestling training. Like if Drew and I were at breakfast at the what was it called? The
The
Hart House.
dungeon,
Yeah, we're at the
the
Hart House
hard
having
the
breakfast.
dungeon.
Stu would be like, hey, Drew, you like those eggs? How about you come down to the dungeon? I'll show you a couple moves. And
Yeah.
Drew's not even training. He would just take people down there and stretch them just because he liked it. Like he got off on it. He like enjoyed it.
Yeah.
He like liked it.
Yeah. The two baddest guys of that time would probably be Stu Hart, and Larry the Axe Henning, Kurt Henning's dad.
Yeah, absolutely.
We
Larry
can
the Axe
talk
Henning was
about those guys. Yeah.
he was a bad man.
He
Larry
was.
Henning, Kurt Henning's dad, Larry Henning. Like if you look at photos of him, he looks like Harley Race a
He
little
does.
bit,
He
like
does.
like a lot, like a lot. And he's a big son of a bitch. He was way bigger than Kurt, and way
Yeah.
bigger than Curtis Axel too.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Tony Atlas had a story about Larry the Axe Henning.
what
He
did
said,
Tony have to say?
well, he said he went in the ring because Tony was a big guy. He's also a collegiate wrestler and did boxing, and he was state champion a couple times.
Tony
Uh,
Atlas was.
yeah,
I believe it. Tony Atlas was first African American tag team champion, and he probably should have been a world champion, right?
I have this story. Hang on to that. I'll tell you what happened to that world championship thing. I
Okay.
know the story about that. So what happened was he said he was in the ring with Larry the Axe Henning, and they did they're working on some punches in the match, and he was like, "Come on, kid." He's like, "Lay it in," and he was like, "What?" He's like, "No, really lay it in," and he was like, "Okay." So then he said, "I hit him with everything I had," and he was like, "Yeah, that's it right there." But then he came back at me. He said he came back at him. He said he hit him so hard he peed on himself.
Really?
Yeah. he said, I don't want to get hit ever again by him. He's like, I like Larry, but he's like, yeah, he works too tough. He's like, he really wants you to hit him for real, and then he'll come back and nail you for real,
Just
and he was
stiff
too
as
solid.
hell.
Yeah, he said it sounded like thunder when he hit him. Boom, and he was that strong. Now the championship match, the world championship, the heavyweight, Tony was lined up to get it. That was true. And what happened was everyone's favorite, George the Animal Steel, was up against the door listening to them talking about it. And everybody knows if a wrestler finds out that's not supposed to know, they can't do what they promised. It has to stay secret. And if it stays secret, then they'll do it. But if it gets out before they don't want it to get out and around the locker room, they'll cancel it.
Because it just
And
probably causes a lot of problems, a lot of drama, pay
oh,
issues,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah, it's going to cause a lot of problems. People are like, well, how come I didn't become heavyweight champion, Vince? So Vince was talking to Tony about it. And then, George the Animal Steel had his freaking head up against the door like that. And when they opened up the door, he fell in.
What speaking of people with their ear on the door, when Vince got his ass kicked by Nails, when Nails was pissed off about his SummerSlam pay with Big
Oh,
Boss Man, Bret Hart was like outside the room and he heard the altercation go down. And apparently Bret went in there to see what the hell was going on, and Nails was like choking Vince to death. Like Nails was like legitimately trying to kill Vince McMahon.
you know, Vince had this habit, and Linda did too, McMahon, of like not being, how would I put it, being righteous to people when it
Hmm.
came to skills. Because there was a guy, Brian Adidas. Remember Brian Adidas?
I am
Back in the
familiar with the
day?
name. I'm familiar with the name. How about that?
Yeah. He said Tony Atlas again was telling the story about how Brian Adidas saved Vince's life at a hotel. Some guys tried to get him, and it wasn't going good. And Brian Adidas saved his life. And then I guess he didn't get his full paycheck on something, and he was a little bit behind. And I guess he needed a little bit of an advance. And he asked Linda and Vince just for a little bit of advance that they could take it out next time for him to get some bills paid back home for his
Yeah.
family. And they said nope, should have set that aside. And he totally just saved Vince's life. And that's what
Okay.
Tony was saying. He was like, he's like that, and it's like, but like people have saved his life. They've done things or really helped him out or whatever, and he'll act like it didn't even happen. That's what they've always said about Vince. He's like that, and Linda's like that. You know, so it's
Um.
weird.
Well, no, I'm gonna say like when Vince. Okay, so guys in the chat, girls in the chat, we're talking about Vince McMahon. We're just kind of freestyling here, but like Vince is well known for like promising things and not following through, or like saying he's gonna do something and not doing it.
Yeah,
Vince for sure told Brett that he was going to go over Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam like cleanly, and it was going to be a battle for the belt, and Hogan was going to put Brett over, or Brett was going to be the champion and just go over cleanly. It was either way. Hogan was putting Brett over. Well, they even did photographs like on the beach, like they're in Titan Towers.
yeah,
There's evidence of this, and Brett never lies. So Brett says it in his book. There's photographs of Hogan and Brett both trying to pull the title from each other. Like they're fighting for the title on the beach. Hogan 86 that because when Brett went in the locker room to talk about the match that was coming up, he's all, hey, I want to know what we're going to do in our match. What do you think about this at SummerSlam? And Hogan's like, oh, well, that's what you thought you heard. That's what you thought you heard.
yeah,
And Brett's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, we already did the photos. Like, everything is planned. He's like, no, that's what you thought you heard, Brett. So then they go talk to Vince, and Vince had already told Brett that Brett was going over. It's not going to be a problem. Everything's going to be great, pal. And then what happened, dude?
oh,
Vince says exactly what Hogan said. No, Brett. That's what you thought you heard. You
yeah,
didn't hear
yeah.
correctly. Why would
Which
he
means
do?
translates that doesn't work for me, brother. Let
Yeah,
me
but
add that.
is that Vince? Is that Vince just backing up Hulk? Like hoping Hulk would say, "Yeah, I'll do it."
What happened was Vince, more than likely, I would say, was going to do that with Brett. And then when Hogan, because remember, Hogan showed up specifically to stop Brett from being champion, as they proved on that
He
documentary.
said, "Yeah, but
Remember, he was at home
we
watching TV.
Drew, we just found that out though, like
Yeah,
a few months ago."
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Is like I was sitting at home watching TV and Bret Hart's a champion. I can't let that happen. I gotta come back. So
he's
he
all
specifically came back for that.
he's all. You think you want that? You think
Yeah,
you want that? You don't want that
yeah,
though, brother.
yeah.
Flav. Okay, I apologize if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Flavio Lima says hello, guys. Say hello to Brazil. What's up, man? Hey, Brazil. What's going
Hey,
on?
Brazil, how's it going?
Johnny Utah, who I was actually texting earlier. So Johnny and I are real friends now. We're the two best friends that anyone ever had, except for Drew. No, Drew and I are besties. Johnny, you're gonna have to fight Drew.
That is true.
You're gonna have to fight Drew in a ladder match, and whoever I'll be on top instead of the briefcase. So whoever gets to me first becomes my actual bestie. That's the match. Instead of a Judy Bagwell on a forklift match, it's an
Ah,
Alex Vanover on a forklift match.
oh man, you did
Vince
not go there.
Vince has a humiliation fetish that goes both ways. Okay, so Johnny's bringing up an interesting point. Vince absolutely has a humiliation fetish because in the court documents with Janelle Grant, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, Drew,
Yeah,
he apparently has some sort of fetish for like going to the bathroom on girls or
yes,
he there and it's like documented. It's like he just because the court case was dismissed because he's a billionaire doesn't mean that the stuff in the civil case wasn't true.
that's right.
It just means that she was either paid enough money to drop the case or to litigate it privately. Is that correct, Drew?
That is correct. I compare it to what happened with O.J. Simpson. The big trial that we all saw, the murder trial, he got not guilty, but when the
Yeah.
civil case happened, he lost completely. And that's how that robbery happened because he hid his trophies, his merchandise, because he said he couldn't pay the Goldman and the Brown family. It
Mm-hmm.
was several millions of dollars. It was a big number. And they said, well, liquidate your assets, sell the Heisman Trophy. So
Yeah.
he went and he had lawyers and friends that hid the stuff in different locations. Well, what happened was one lawyer he didn't pay. That lawyer gave that memorabilia to those guys that were taking it to an auction and all that because he gave it to them because he didn't get paid from OJ. So he's like, you guys might as well take it, make me some money from it so I can get that back. And then
Yeah.
OJ found out about it, and that's what sent him to Vegas and show up in the hotel room with guns drawn, getting his stuff back.
Yeah.
So, that's what all led like this. So that civil case then led to that robbery, which means what did he do? 15 or 12 years in jail? It was something crazy.
He did a lot of
Wow.
he did way more time in jail than most people would in that specific
Yeah.
in that specific situation because I honestly feel like Las Vegas was like, okay, we got you. So they didn't get you in LA, we got you here. When OJ Simpson died, he like
Yeah.
invited a bunch of people into his room and whoever went into that room had to sign an NDA.
NBA.
Were you
Yes.
aware of that?
Yes. And
You
his
know what I
children were number one on the list to sign that NDA.
do you know
So
what I
that
think
tells me
you know what I think happened? I think
what's
that
that?
I think that OJ because OJ was a believer. He believed in God. I think
Mhm.
that OJ had immense guilt from that. And I think OJ admitted to what he did on his deathbed. And I think the NDA was signed because he didn't want it to get out that he
Yeah.
admitted to it finally.
Yeah.
If I was
I agree.
gonna if I was gonna guess. And I'm not a detective, but I kind of am a detective. I'm a self-taught detective, but I think that's what that was. Because when I heard that, Drew, I was like,
Yeah.
he's making people sign an NDA on his deathbed. Like, had
He's
to have
hiding.
been, had to have been a come to Jesus. Had to have been. And he could have. what I always thought he should have done, you can't try him twice for the same crime. So when he was found not guilty, he should have came clean and said, "Listen, this is what happened." It could have been 20 years later. It could have been 15 years later. He could have said what happened, how guilty and how terrible it was. He could have tried to take up some sort of remorse, but he just never did that. He just never did that. He could have done it. He could have, if he would have owned up to it a little bit, people wouldn't be giving him the Hulk Hogan treatment. People talk about Hulk Hogan the way they talk about OJ. And Hulk
I
Hogan didn't
wouldn't be
kill
surprised.
anybody.
The thing about OJ was OJ was a character, man, because when he got done with that trial and when he got out of jail, he
Yeah.
literally moved it away like he didn't do anything. So like
Mhm.
he was like going to parties. That TV show Juiced, remember Juiced?
He was
The
doing a
prank
prank
show?
show. Yeah, he's doing a
Yeah.
prank show.
It's
He
like,
would
dude, go hide yourself after that.
what he should have done, like literally, legitimately, was like, okay, that was the worst thing that I could have possibly ever done.
Yeah.
I'm asking for forgiveness, and I'm gonna live my life in a completely different way. But he didn't do that. He did not do that. He did not
No.
do that.
Did you ever see the
Um,
alarm clock thing he had?
no, what was
He
that?
had these girls that probably were like 20, maybe the oldest, maybe 22, 23. And they had this, I'll send it to you. It was a TikTok thing, but it was OJ in the bed with no clothes on, and he was covered up in bed sheets. And these three uh, girls that were, yeah, early 20s, maybe late teens, came in and they were like, "Wake up, OJ, it's your alarm clock." And they're like clapping up, "It's time to party, OJ." And he takes the sheet off. He's got no shirt on. He's like, "Oh," like rolling in the bed.
Good for him, man. What a life. What a
What?
life. Hey, Drew, you know what I want to do real quick? Real
What was
quick.
that?
I'm gonna go in the toy room. We're gonna do a tour of the toy room real quick.
Okay.
Give me
Yeah,
one second.
that's good.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Johnny
I'm gonna grab my
says,
charger as you walk over there just to make
yeah.
sure.
All right, we're going to the toy room. So Johnny says his book, If I Did It. Yeah, he was pretty much admitting that he did that
Oh,
without.
Phoenix interview about that book where he
Yeah,
talks about that section.
yeah, he was pretty much. Well, hey, I'm gonna flip this around so you can see. So Drew, tell me if you can see the walls here. Can you see?
Yeah, I do.
What do you see?
I see a. Oh my gosh, is that a GI Joe catalog, fold out
Yeah,
catalog from
yeah,
back?
yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't seen those in years.
Here's the
Oh my
Hulkster.
gosh, you got a
Here's
Sky Striker. You got the whale. I had the
yeah.
whale. I
You
love that thing.
you see it says Alex's toy room.
Yeah,
You see the whole
that is
thing.
that is happening, man.
All right, so then we got you see the Elm Street,
Wow,
and then
that's cool, man.
Turtles, Turtles, Iron Man, Venom, Cap, Turtles. Can you see this stuff?
Yeah, I could see it clear.
Masters of the Universe print I got from Asia that's way too dark. Spider Man, Carnage. Oh, hey, Drew. Empire.
Yeah,
You see Empire?
I do. I do. I do. My favorite movie of all time.
All right, so here's all this. All right, so we're gonna hey, now we're going into the secret toy room. I gotta put in the passcode. Now hold on, Drew. Close
Yeah.
your eyes, dude.
Okay.
Okay. Beep, 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 beep. All right, here we go.
All
Here we
right.
go. Going in the toy room. George says, "What's up, A and D?" A and D. That's A and D. I kind of like that. The A and D show.
Hey,
Nice pictures. All right, George. George, you ready to have your freaking socks blown off, buddy? All right,
I'm ready.
I'm gonna flip it around. Here we go. So here's where I record my videos and my shorts. So take a look.
Man,
Here's
that
my
is a
bed.
killer room.
So here's where I record. Okay, so check this out.
That is killer.
All
Oh my
He-Man.
gosh.
All He-Man. All right, here we go. Can you see Star Wars?
I do. I see the power of the Force too. You
Yeah.
know, people forget that there was a Power of the Force 1 in 85.
Yeah.
And then you had the second one was in the 90s, and that was Power of the Force 2. Did you get any of the Power of the Force 1 stuff, Alex?
I didn't get it. No, I was a little too young.
I had the A-Wing pilot, and I had Han and Carbonite.
That I wish I had that stuff. Oh, do you see the Power Ranger stuff here?
Yeah,
They had movie backpack like things that you could get randomly. I happened to get the White Ranger and the Black Ranger, and I was stoked.
two best out of the group.
All right, here's some stuff. Here's more stuff. Oh, here's the Power Ranger movies. Check it out. See that Green with Evil?
I do.
There's the Rocks tape. And then we'll go up. There's Garfield. You want to see something crazy?
Of course.
Look at these turtles right here. You see? Do you see the Michelangelo? Do
Yeah,
you see the Raphael?
I do.
Those are first release fan mail turtles with soft heads. That's from the very first run.
That is awesome.
Those are like $400-500 a piece. More turtles, boo buckets.
You
All
got
right,
the
hold
boo
on.
bucket? That's awesome.
Boo buckets going on. I'm a big McDonald's guy. All right, here's all original turtles.
Got the sewer play set. That's rad, man.
Batman and Robin superpowers.
Oh, superpowers.
What else do I got? All right, here's all classic Joes, vintage Joes. You see those?
I do.
All right, here's wrestlers. Love that Royal Rumble.
I remember
There's one.
that poster.
Here's the different ones. All right, here's. Do you see the Ghostbusters?
I do.
Okay.
That's awesome. Got
I bet
General Hawk.
you better check this out.
Oh
Hasbro's.
man.
Okay.
Oh, you
Thunder.
got the Legion of Doom. Do you have Carrie Von Erich?
Oh, you bet I do. Hold on.
Oh man. That's great. Oh
You know what?
man.
You know who else I got right next to him?
Who? Oh, that's perfect. Ah, because he's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, that perfect was. It's so hard to get a clean one of him though. Like seriously, it's a bitch. I think I paid like $50. Nicole bought that for me. I like searched and searched and searched on eBay. Hold on, I'm almost done showing, and then I'll go
Take your
back to
time,
the.
man. I'm enjoying it, man. That's awesome. Do you have some elite stuff?
I don't think so.
I've got a bunch of
Thundercats.
elite. Bunch of elite. Okay. Let me see. And you got the original tiger with the kind of elongated head.
Yep, yep. And then there's
Okay.
Panthro, Lion-O,
Yeah.
Mumra. All right, check this out. There's our boy Jason,
Very cool.
and then Billy, and then here are the head flippers. These are the ones I had to replace because my mom let somebody steal them from me when I was a kid.
That's still a wild story, man.
Yeah, my mom was crazy. Hey, here's this is the actual unopened one from the 90s.
I remember that at the store.
Yeah, there you go. I just
That's what
haven't
does.
I need a case, dude. Hey, do you want to see a murderer? You
What
want
do
to see
you
a
got?
murderer?
What is? Oh my gosh, Superfly Jimmy Snooker. Yeah,
You like his leopard print shorts he's got going on there?
I do. You know, Tony had said that Nancy Argentino got hit so hard that her head spun around backwards.
Oh, from Superfly?
Yeah,
I
like her
you know
neck broke and it turned her head all the way. Yeah,
he was they called the cops in Allentown because that's where they used to do the house shows for on TV for WWF back in the old days. And
yeah,
they called the cops on him because he was beating the crap out of her. And the cops showed up, and he was all coked out. And
yeah.
Superfly was like, you didn't mess with him, dude. He was a bad man. The like 7 cops couldn't take him down. They could not arrest him.
Yeah, the
That,
only guy tougher than him was Ming. Haku?
oh, yeah. Well, it depends on how much coke Snuka had before the fight.
Did you hear the stories about Haku, about Ming?
Haku tried to rip the tongue out of somebody's head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Stevie Ray had a story about him and was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like they talked about him piling up like 10 police officers. I was like, "What the heck?"
Macho Man, when Macho Man was champ, he would pay Haku to be his bodyguard when they went out because Macho Man wasn't a legit like shooter, but Haku, like if Haku was there, no shit was going down.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
here's some more stuff. All right, Toy
very
Biz,
cool. Stridor,
Wolvie,
very cool, very cool.
more. Do you see more Star Wars?
I do. I see you getting in the green packages. When
Yeah, I
that switched
collect.
over from the orange and then they went to the green,
Okay,
I
here's
remember that. You know, when it
Me-
comes to Star Wars, I'll break it down for you.
Megazord. See the Megazord?
Very cool.
Bunch of vintage He-Man. Oh, check this out. I got He-Man. What do I got? Oh, He-Man #1
Oh
right there.
man, that goes back, man.
Yeah, He-Man 1. And then I also have 2 copies. Check this out. 2 copies of He-Man #3.
Okay,
So maybe that could be a giveaway one day on the channel.
that'd be cool.
Maybe do a giveaway of that. Okay, what else do we got? All right, check this out. More He-Man. All right. More. You see He-Man?
Oh yeah.
Okay. There's the classic He-Man. Do you want to have some PTSD, Drew?
What, you got a Skeletor? Ah, that's the same one. It's him.
There's his hand right there, bro.
It gets stuck in my eye. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what else do we got? Okay, now we're gonna go down. So now we got some more stuff. Laser Light He-Man.
Oh, you got a laser light finally. That's
Yes.
awesome.
Finally. It
I
took
remember you were
forever.
talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mattel exclusive.
Oh
Here's
man.
more Ranger stuff. More He-Man stuff. Here's the event. Do you see the Castle Grayskull?
I do.
Okay, and then we'll go up here. See this row?
Oh man, look at the Joes. You got the Renegades and oh man.
And
Let me check
then
this out.
Turtle or Muppet Babies. I only collect pops that I like the character of.
Hmm.
Do you see the top here?
I
Do
do.
you see the lunch pail?
I do see that lunch belt. Brings
Yeah.
back a lot of memories.
Thermos
I still have
included.
my original Empire Strikes Back lunch belt from 1980 that's a thermos metal. I still have it.
Oh, yeah, no, that's legit. All right, Snake Mountain. And then what? Okay, Skeletor with the bone throne. You see that?
All right. I see that.
And then
That's
hold
awesome.
on, and then I got a really cool comic book long box of
Okay.
dun 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 dun. Dun. I think you'll think this is cool.
I probably will.
I think you will. Hold on, pulling it out. All right, all right. Let me know if you see it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then on each side, there's Green Ranger, and then Draken. Okay, and then on the other side is the 3 guys you met at the mall. Hold on one second. Or excuse me, there's White Ranger, Red Ranger, Yellow Ranger.
Black. Oh, when I met them at Victor College
Yeah,
and Austin St. John snubbed me. Yeah.
he was a dick.
Yeah, he was not friendly.
And then I'll show you one more thing, and then I'll be done in here. Hold on.
No, dude, take your time in there, man.
Okay, what else do we got? All right, everybody in the chat, what toys do you guys like? What do you collect? Because Drew and I like everything. What do I got?
I'm trying to not get into everything. I've kept it to a certain thing because it just
Oh,
got too crazy.
check this out. I just picked this up the other day.
Oh, very cool.
I got it for $4,
I
something
haven't
like
seen
that.
that in a long time.
Yeah, anytime you guys see a vintage like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers VHS, pick it up because they're kind of valuable. They definitely have value. Let's see what else I got. Hold on. Oh, I want to show you something I got at the thrift store. All right,
Okay.
check this out. Giant
Oh,
Toy
wow.
Biz Hulk,
Very cool. I remember that.
pretty cool. And then the thing is, Drew, dude, this is just the stuff I have out. Like I have a
I, I knew you were gonna say that.
we have a storage unit, dude, and I have a garage. So
Okay.
I have like tons of stuff. Let me show you my greatest garage sale find. Hold on.
Okay.
Here you go. Oh shit.
Is that a tomahawk?
You bet.
Oh wow, man. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Um, the story with this tomahawk was my girlfriend Nicole, who's gonna be my wife. Um, she she was like, "Hey, my friend was at this garage sale downtown, and they look like they have some old GI Joe stuff." And I was like, it was like 7 o'clock in the morning, and on the weekends, dude, I don't wake up till like 10. But it was like 7 a.m. and she's like, "Yeah, it looks like they have a helicopter there." And I woke up literally like someone was robbing my house. I was like, "We gotta go. We gotta go right. I don't need to pee, nothing, no coffee, nothing. Let's go." So like we go over there and it's on the table, dude. And she wanted like $150. And I said, "Hey, can I look at that? Can I look at that helicopter?" She's like, "Yeah, no problem, no problem." I said, "Well, you're asking 150." I said, "I got $75. That's all I have in my pocket. Would you take that?" She's like, "Absolutely, sweetie." she
Yeah.
took, dude. You know what the deal was? You know why she did that?
Why is that?
She was an ex-wife, man. She was selling her ex-husband's collection.
Oh no.
Yeah, yeah. She did. She's just like, "Oh yeah, absolutely. As long as it's not in the house, I don't give a shit."
Oh no. So that guy was probably when he
Oh
got
yeah,
home.
when he went home, he's like, "Oh my gosh, kill me." But anyway, that's just a quick look of the room. In the chat, Goosebumps and Fear Street books. Oh, also Super Nintendo games. Well, hold on, Johnny. Before I leave, I got a Super Nintendo hooked up. Give me 1 second. Let me move my desk. You're gonna see where I actually record at. I even have my suit jacket, so I look professional with a beanie on.
You have a suit jacket in there?
Yeah. See it?
Okay, that's cool.
That's just like when I record when we used to do Slash Tracks
Gotcha.
News. I wanted to, make sure I was legit. Hold on, Johnny. We're gonna pull out some SNES games for you, bro. Let me get a stack going. We'll do the stack, and then I'll leave the room, and then we'll do the normal stuff. Drew's probably like, I don't want to look at any more of this crap.
Ah, no, it's
Hold on.
cool.
Hold on. I did a stream one time where I just played Super Nintendo. I got so many views from that. All I did was play Super Nintendo and talk, and it was just fun.
Oh.
People liked it.
Alex, should I show my place now that you've
Of course. Of course.
now that you've done the thing?
Hold on one second.
Everything to make it.
I'm gonna do these games and then I'm done. And then it's all right. Check this out. Hold on, Johnny. We're going Super Nintendo games, and then it's Drew's turn for show and tell. So we've got Donkey Kong Country 2. Okay. Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball, which is a game that I played so much that I like literally I could honestly say I could beat anybody in that game. MK3. This is when stuff started getting real hard for me because they had the combos. Check this out. Legends of the Ring boxing game. With the case, dog. But check this out, Drew. This is the one you're gonna like.
Oh wow, okay.
With the
That's
box.
great.
There's our boy Hitman.
That's great, man.
That's pretty cool. Super Tech Mobile. NBA Jam. Let's see if I can find something cool. Oh, here we go. Punch Out.
Okay.
See this blue case? See this right here? It says SNES. And then this one, pink SNES.
Yeah.
My mom got me these cases from like Avon or Fingerhut when I was a kid. I still have them.
That's
That's like
awesome.
it's like one of the only things I still have from my childhood that mom didn't sell. Oh, here's the Royal Rumble.
Very cool.
And then this is our game.
Turbo?
Yeah, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. You'd probably kill me at that game. Mario
Oh, no,
Kart,
you might have some skills, man.
Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah, I remember when that hit.
Yeah, so that's it for the games and stuff, but let me move this before I make a mess in the room and screw my suit jacket up in case I have to go to court or something.
Court? For what?
Nothing. All right, hold on. They're like, you have too many toys. This can't happen. All right, lights out. Oh, hold on, my cat. Come on, Nella. Here we go. You hear her purr?
Yeah.
Every time I open the toy room, she comes in. Come on, ding dong. Come on, baby. There you go. All right, it's your turn.
All right. I cleaned up halfway, so I'll skip past. I got finished cleaning. Let's see. I'll start here. If you guys can see, this is an original movie prop. I had a friend of the family that wrote for the TV show V. This is one of the original visitor posters, screen used. He gave me. So get my camera over there. Okay, there we go. The screen, the frame got cracked when I moved. I had a custom frame made for it, but the glass got cracked. So I
Did
gotta
you
go
do
back.
that, or did somebody else do that?
One of the movers. Oops. We hired some young college guys, at the
Should have
time.
taken it. Should have taken it out of their ass. Should have hit him with a spinning heel kick, bruh.
He was young. I was getting a break. There's Keith David,
Welcome to
autograph.
hell.
And underneath of him, let's see.
You got Piper?
I met Piper. Yeah. He signed
Hey,
it, says still no bubble gum. Yeah.
hey, Drew.
Yeah.
If you ever visit me,
Uh-huh.
we can go to Piper's gravesite within 30 minutes from my house.
Oh, that's rad.
He's like 30 minutes from my house, dude.
Let me see.
What year did you meet
Um,
Piper?
I met him in 14.
That was like right before he passed, man.
Yeah, he died shortly after that. He was in
He,
the picture I have of him, his arm was in a sling. He had like some shoulder surgery
what
that
did you
happened.
think about what Hogan said about getting a voicemail from Piper after he died? He got like a phantom voicemail from Piper after Piper actually passed. Do you think that was just it got delivered late or what?
If he got anything, it got delivered late. And Hogan and Piper were not cool with each other. Not in that
They,
way.
they were Hogan was trying later. They were actually friendly. They were not cool like that. They did not like each other. But like I guess in old age, because there wasn't a lot of legends left at that time, man.
Mhm.
I know you don't want to admit that.
What? That Hogan
I
and
can
Piper?
see it
I
in
mean,
your I can
if
see it
it,
in your
if
face.
it, if it happened, it happened. Seriously. But I
Drew,
just, uh
you're acting like someone took your toy away.
huh. What?
You're just like, no, I don't want to. No way. I'm not admitting that crap. No way.
If they did, that's cool. But every time Piper mentioned, like in the last interviews he did when Hogan came up, it just was never good. So it's just hard for me to see them him like seriously reaching out to Hogan. Like him and Flair were really close. I've seen him in interviews like jump on Flair because he's trying to warn Rick about his lifestyle and how a lot of people were like using him for limousine rides and stuff.
Dude, I don't want to. Yeah, you're 100% correct. When they did that wife swap episode, do you remember when
Yeah.
Flair and Piper wife swapped, and Piper was like, making his family had meatloaf and mashed potatoes, and Piper's training his kids, and they're watching movies together, and they're just like, Piper couldn't have been more of a dad. And then Flair
Yeah.
was like every night going out, drinking, dancing, buying drinks for everybody in the bar, man. And I think Piper, what you were saying was like, you can't do this. You can't afford to do this. You're not even the champion anymore. Like,
Yeah.
how you're not wrestling anymore. How can you afford to spend $5,000-$10,000 at a bar every night?
Yeah, Piper was really worried about Flair, and I thought that that would be enough to wake up Flair after he died, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that was like one of the last things he kind of did with him, but I don't know, Ric Flair, he's still out there partying up, you know? I was like,
Yeah, he got Flair. I did a story on this channel where Flair like urinated himself at the bar, like pissed his pants, I guess, and then he also got kicked out of one of the bars he likes to go to is like a pizza place, and he got like
mhm,
86 or kicked out, like for being belligerent or acting like an asshole or something at this like. I think the problem is he's probably on a lot of medication and he might be on blood thinners, so he's probably got a lot of stuff going on. And then if he drinks alcohol, he probably
it's
gets
not making
real.
it.
Oh no, he probably gets smashed. Like
Yeah, I met Flair, so uh, he was really quiet when I met him.
really, he wasn't. Was did you? How much was it to get an autograph or a photo?
Um, $80.
That's that. I would do that absolutely to
Yeah,
meet
it was
Ric
like $80.
Flair. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'll see if I can pull out the picture. It's me, Luke, and Ric Flair. And he was like, "Come on over, young man. Come on over, get your picture." You know, he was like that. And I was like, "Yeah." And he was real
Okay.
quiet, you know. But he didn't seem like he was feeling too good. So I know he left early, you
Yeah.
know, because he wasn't. It looked like he was not feeling good. Like he looked like he was getting sick or he had been sick.
Yeah.
Um, you know. But he was very nice. He's just really quiet. I thought he'd be, you know, with his aviators on, going woo and doing the whole thing. But no, he didn't. He didn't do any of that. He was
Hogan
real quiet.
Hogan said that when he went to Flair's bedside when Flair was in the hospital, and he was like, basically, you remember when Flair was like, basically, they said he's dead, like he's gonna die.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Well,
It's
how
like
many times?
2000,
He got that a couple
yeah,
times.
2016, 2015 or something. So
Yeah.
Hogan goes to Flair's bedside, and then Hogan's praying and trying to help his friend out, and then Flair wakes up, and the first thing he says is for Hogan to go get him a six pack. That was the first thing he said to Hogan, to anybody, to anybody.
I
I need a
mean,
six pack.
yeah, you know, Ric Flair is a wild man. You know, that's the best thing I could say. He's wild. You know, and he he just he just never stopped, man. You know, one of these days he's gonna have to stop. You know,
But when though, man? He's like almost. What? He's like 80. He's 80, right? He's got to be
yeah,
80.
yeah, yeah, he's about there. So I mean, like, I don't know if he ever will stop. So we'll see. You know, if that
George
happens.
George in the chat says, "Remember the Simpsons arcade game?" Yeah, we do because Drew
I
actually has
have
it
it.
in his house. Drew has it.
Yeah, I
George,
do.
Drew has it in the cabinet. All right, what are we looking at now? Oh my God,
Yeah, that's the
there's
Super Seven Thunder tank.
how much does that go for?
Right now, around 300, 200.
Yeah, my brother just got the vintage Thunder Take not too long ago, and the
I
guy
had it for years.
it's like $500 or something. It's 100% complete, and it's also the guy who he bought it from threw in like a mint graded like 7 or 8 Thundercats #1 comic.
That's pretty
So
cool. I had my Thunder tank for years. I sold it when I got married. I sold all my stuff from the 80s, the 70s, and the 90s, minus my Star Wars stuff. But I sold all my He-Man, Thundercats, Voltron. I sold all of it and got pretty good for it at the time to kind of start us out. But this new Thunder tank is owning both, I could tell you, like, this one holds like, gosh, this thing could hold like 10 characters. And these Super 7 guys, they're like 8 inches.
Yeah.
And there's seats on the inside too.
So
And
it's
you
like
can move them.
it's way
Yeah.
more. It's far superior to the original. Well, you know what though, dude? Like all the new stuff is better designed, but it
Yeah.
just doesn't have the. I don't know what it is, man. That whatever that nostalgia thing is, when I like hold an old Thundercat or an old Joe or an old He-Man, it just something sparks it. Like the Power Rangers, Star Wars, any of that kind of stuff, dude.
Well, the cool thing about the Super 7 stuff that's going to really stick with people is they were so intricate in keeping what was shown in the tank in the cartoon
Mm,
that it kind of snaps back the original tank like 20 feet back, because they even have the invisible, like the clear shield where you can go underwater. You can put that on and take it
okay,
off. Like they did
so
stuff like that.
they make it like TV show accurate.
Yes, every way.
Um,
It's got computer screens on the inside, not stickers, sculpted into the walls.
that's pretty badass. That's cool.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
playability, like if Super 7 had existed when we were kids, man, can you imagine?
Oh, we'd be in
It'd be a
trouble.
lot less imagination going on. You'd be actually, um, oh, hey, what do we got now?
All systems functioning.
Is this Knight Rider?
Yep.
Get the hell out of here. There's Michael. There's the Hoff.
May I
That's,
suggest you start the autonomous mode?
dude, that's legit.
Yeah. That's my baby. So
That's
yeah,
so cool.
that was not easy to get. Let's see, there's Bill and Ted and Death and the phone booth.
Death is such a great character in that movie. Bogus
William
Journey.
Sadler.
Oh,
You
he's
saved my
so good.
battleship.
Yeah, best three out of five.
There's my battle damaged Robocop with his repair chair.
Okay, that's sick too.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, here's my DeLorean. This is the Tomy limited edition release DeLorean. And it's really nice. And it lights up. And it also has an extra feature. If I can put my hand on it. There we go. So you guys can see the counter, right?
Yep. The flux capacitor.
Look at this.
That's sick. Does it have a Mr. Fusion?
Yeah, you can
There it
add it
is.
on.
Oh, okay, never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, Marty's right there. So it's made out of stainless steel too, which is really cool. Let me see.
Biff's 57 Chevy would rip, or 55 Chevy would rip right through that stainless steel car.
Oh yeah, there's Marty. So
Jesus Christ, Doc, you disintegrated Einstein. No,
Ted,
Marty. No, Marty. I sent him to the future.
There's I had a friend that was doing custom album covers, and he did a General Veers from Empire Strikes Back album cover. That's what that is. And he's my favorite Imperial commander. So he made sure he gave me, I was like, dude, I did a General Veers cover on a record. I said, I will buy that.
I'll take that. I'd buy
These are
that for
rare
$1.
as rare can get. Do you see what you're looking at?
Yeah, Lost Boys figure. He's got the wine bottle, and
Yeah,
there's
Michael.
David,
There's Michael. Yeah, Michael
Michael
and
and
David.
David.
Dude, these are so hard to get.
Where's Julia Roberts?
Hiding
Yeah,
on
hiding
the set
in
of Hook
Italy.
somewhere.
No, she's hiding in Spain.
Hiding in the set of Hook somewhere with George Lucas and Carrie Fisher.
She
I
how old was she when Hook came out? She's like in her 20s, right?
think so. Yeah. That's when all that was happening, when she was like breaking down and figuring out things, like that's when that happened. Let's see. I don't know if there's any punk rock fans here, but this is my thing. This is my favorite punk rock band of all time, The Damned. They came out in 1976. They're one of the original English punk rock bands, and I got to meet them, and they all signed my album, and it was fantastic.
That's cool.
So, I mean, they're 60s and their 70s now, but here's the new Darth Vader Tie Advance that came out about a year ago. So you can see.
Is Darth in there?
Yeah, he's right here.
Do you think Darth Vader is more powerful than do you think if Darth Vader fought Magneto, who would win?
That's a tough one because he could be using the Force, but Magneto could be using all that metal pumping through his body.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be a problem, I think.
There's my TIE interceptors. These are the nice collector's editions ones with the detailed cockpits, the steering posts, everything. Vader's TIE fighters the same way. Same with my TIE bombers. I've got two. They have the missile that shoot out in the front, detailed cockpits with ejector seats. All the TIE fighters have ejector seats. So it's a little dark, but you can see. So I have two of every main Imperial vehicle, when it comes to the ships at least. So,
Oh, hey, we got a good question. Vader or Batman? Who wins?
They did that on on Bat in the Sun.
Well, we don't care what he said. What do you think?
I mean, Batman would have to shut off all his systems so he couldn't focus in to use the Force. If he can't do that and he uses the Force, Batman would make it.
I think Vader demolishes him.
Yeah, if he can use the Force, then he's gonna have a problem.
He's gonna have a serious problem. But Batman beat Superman. So
you see this? So you can take this piece off the wing and make it damaged when the Millennium Falcon hits it in the original Star Wars. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that is cool. That's a really nice attention to detail.
Yeah, you can switch it out. So you can. Here's my custom Slave 1 I did. So you can see it's all detailed. All sorts of crazy stuff's going on here. I'd be here all night if I showed you everything inside of it because I did a bunch of work. That's my custom Imperial shuttle. I painted it a chrome silver.
Yeah.
That's really cool for the Emperor. I have a seat for the Emperor and Vader on the inside. Detailed flight crew, everything. There's my custom Millennium Falcon. All hand painted, redone by me. This is the Legacy Falcon, so it's huge. Has everything it did in all three movies.
I can see how big it is. Yeah, I can see how big it is just from being on the ground. Have you ever thought about putting that from wires on the ceiling?
People have asked me about that, but I'd miss it. I'd want to take it down and go through the hallways and everything too much.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't stay up there that long. So here's the Legacy Edition AT-AT Walker, as you can see. It's motion. The Falcon's motion sensor, and so does the AT-AT Walker once you turn it on. So it has lasers, voice, sounds, everything. So it's really cool. A speeder bike pops out of the back. You have the loading bay for all your snow troopers. It has weapon load up and everything sounds for it. And yes, it does have the cable that Luke Skywalker can hook himself up to and a place you could put the thermal detonator grenade inside.
That's awesome.
So it's really, really cool. I know you'd like this. My sister sent this to me because her friend
Popcorn bucket.
She does all the display stands at Groman's Chinese Theater. So she sent that out to my sister for me and Luke.
Dude,
and,
they made Man's Chinese Theater Castle Grayskull for the premiere.
She built that set. Yeah, my sister's friend built that set. Yeah.
Stop.
So
come on.
I'm dead serious. I can send you the picture. You want
Drew,
to see the picture?
Drew, this is why you're not going to win the Alex on a forklift match, because you're lying to me right now.
I could send you the picture of my sister's friend Alejandra.
Johnny Utah. Johnny Utah versus Drew Danger. Alex Vanover on a forklift match. You're a liar. You're lying to me.
I can send you the
picture. Why
picture.
You gotta lie?
I can send you the picture.
It better not say meta on the bottom. You better not be doing an AI photo.
No, the picture is Alejandra standing in front of Groman's Chinese Theater when they just got the display set up the
Yeah.
night before that they do it, and she's standing right in front of it. And so my sister sent it to me, and then she said, I also got you a Castle Grayskull from her that I'm sending out to you and Luke, the popcorn bucket. I was like, cool. But that's what Alejandra does. She goes around and does all the displays and sets for movie theaters when they do it. So she travels all the time.
Your son,
So,
your son literally
uh-huh.
has the coolest setup for like collecting stuff. A dad who like likes the same things he likes. It's just like I can't even imagine how
Uh-huh.
fun it is to like be in that situation for him, you know? It's like I'm going over to dad's today. We're gonna go play all day.
Yeah, he comes and he hangs out, we have a good time. Um, he's a lot of fun. I know you've seen this, Alex, this is the new Hasbro Pulse Ecto 1, everybody. It
Yeah,
holds
definitely.
it holds 6 to 7 inch figures. It holds the whole team. I'll turn it on for you guys. Hold on. Let me see. As you can see, here's the lights. There's all the guys. And check that out.
Oh my
Oh, and
gosh. Too hot to handle, too cold to hold. They're the Ghostbusters and the in control. What does
the
everybody
proton
want?
packs are back here.
Yeah,
You
I
can
can
load
hear
them
it.
in.
Dude, this is ridiculous. That is that can you okay,
Alex,
Drew, is that
got to
like
get
a
one.
Drew, is that like a
Mhm.
display piece or would you play with that?
No, this is a full functioning thing, buddy. You
That's
can play with it
insane.
and have fun. You could switch out the wheel wells, everything, like the engine. Let me lift it. Check that out.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, can you give it an oil change?
Pretty much.
Can you hey, here I got a very important question for you. Can you neuter that car?
At this point, you probably could.
Can you add a pair of testicles to that car?
You probably could.
Remember
Yeah,
to
it
have
does.
your Echo One spayed or neutered.
Yeah, it holds everything. It's really neat. It's one of the coolest pieces I've ever owned. It's really nice. And then with it, at the same time, they released the rooftop set for
Yeah,
Ghostbusters 1.
that's dope.
But you see them in their black, their gray charcoal jumpsuits. When you got the thing from Hasbro, you had an option. You could get Ghostbusters 1 um, by itself, or you could do the premiere package, which was you can get the Ecto 1 and you could turn it into Ghostbusters 1 or 2 whenever you want. They got resealable stickers, everything. You could change the wheel wells, the back part, everything can switch out entirely. And then they included all four guys in the gray jumpsuits with slime packs and regular proton packs. You got Louis Tully in Ghostbusters 2 with the earmuffs and his proton pack. The Library Ghost, 84 Slimer, and I feel like something else came with it. But yeah, you got it all together. One thing. So it's pretty cool.
That is cool. The Batwings were cool too.
Oh yeah. So you have the comic. Well, you have the Flashpoint one, which was as close as the comic book one you could get right now. That's this big that could hold a 7-inch figure, and then you have the animated series one, which is pretty cool. So I have
When the
both.
when the animated series came out, Drew, I think you and I were like 10. Like it was like
Mhm.
93, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right there. Yeah, I remember when it premiered.
The first episode I saw of that was after school. I think I was like in 5th grade, maybe. And it was the episode where this guy like runs into the Joker and the Joker takes his driver's license and he wants a favor from the guy.
Oh, Joker's favor.
Yeah,
Yes.
he want that episode scared the shit out of me and I was like 10. I remember thinking like this is creepy. Like this is a creepy premise for a kids show.
Yeah, it was that's Charlie Collins was the guy's name.
He was like a fat white guy, family guy, and he just like Joker just kept his information. He's like the mafia. He's like, you don't know when, you don't know how, you don't know what, but one day I am gonna need a favor.
Here you go, Alex. This is for you and your brother. This is all the Image stuff that I have. So I've got
Oh, cool.
everything involved with Grifter.
Okay, that's
Everything from
dope.
Wildcats to a solo series to Team 7. I've got Deathblow, Backlash, Wetworks, all right here. Like,
That's really cool.
I've got everything. The first Princess Spawn graphic novel. So the first, I forgot how many issues is in there. I have Mark Silvestri with Cyberforce. So I've got all my favorites for Image right here. For those of you that don't know, Grifter from Wildcats was part of a special forces team known as Team 7. And it was him, the character Deathblow, Backlash, if you guys are familiar with him, and Dane from Wetworks, as well as John Lynch from Gen 13. And they were all experimented soldiers. And they would go out and do these crazy suicide missions. And when they got tired of working for the government, that's when they became the heroes we all know. So
Okay.
I've got all that. And I got these. Why is my thing stuck?
What is
There we
that?
go. These are the limited edition Empire Strikes Back 20th edition bookmarks that they had at Barnes & Noble years ago. And they were really hard to get. And I've got all 4.
Yeah, Empire Strikes Back was, I mean, if it wasn't the greatest movie ever made, it was probably the greatest sequel ever made. Do you think that's the greatest sequel ever
Oh,
made?
absolutely. Empire Strikes Back, not only do I think it's the best film, but it's the best sequel that they ever produced. Like,
It's
it went against the grain in so many ways and
Yeah, it was
came out
really
so good.
dark. It's really
Mhm.
dark. There's no happy ending at the end of that movie, dude. Like all hell's breaking loose. Luke just got his freaking arm cut off. He found out Vader's his father. Harrison Ford, Han Solo's in carbonite. Everything is just went to hell in a handbasket in that movie. And then guess what, man? Back then, there was no waiting till Monday to see what happens next. They waited years to get the conclusion.
Yep.
Can
That's
you
true.
imagine that? Can you imagine that, dude? You leave Empire and all that shit goes on, and then you got to wait years to see what happens next.
It was, Empire is a very special is a very special movie. And
That's crazy.
it has such a special place, within me, because it was my first Star Wars movie that I saw. Because when
Mm.
I saw Empire first.
You
You
that was the
know,
first one. I saw Jedi first.
yeah, I saw Empire first, then I saw Star Wars, then I saw Jedi.
I
You
think the
know,
reason I saw Jedi first was because I saw it at my grandma's house, and I think my grandma deemed Jedi the least like offensive because there was Ewoks in it. I
Mhm.
think my grandma was like, "Oh well, if he's gonna watch Star Wars, it's gonna be like we're gonna get the most Jim Henson one we can possibly get, like close to the Muppets as possible."
Yeah. Oh, I'll show you guys this.
Uh-oh.
To my friend Drew, you're an inspiration to me. Chris
Who's that?
Potter, aka
Gambit.
Gambit.
Get the hell
So
out of I'm going in the
told you,
garage. Oh, I know he's your friend.
that's my buddy.
I'm really not sure how my cat does this. I went into the garage because I got some stuff to show, and she literally is the fastest cat on
Well,
the
he
planet.
is, but my hand's covering up the rest of it. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's his phone number.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, you don't want to dox Gambit.
No, not doing that.
All right,
That's my
so
dude. No, this is the main setup. There's my workout gear. I'm sure nobody wants to see that, but
hey,
here,
I got the same thing, bro.
I feel
We
you,
have this.
man. You
No,
want to see
seriously,
it?
hold on, check it out. I'm gonna flip it around, okay?
Yeah.
All right. You see my weight bench?
Okay.
So
Cool,
there's my
man.
bench, dumbbells. Dude, I look like a hoarder though in the garage because I've got so much VHS. And then I have like a Bible thing up there, believe. I've got my trophies and stuff because I used to be a bowler. I don't know if you knew this, Drew. I thought I was going to go be a professional bowler at one point.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Really?
I bowled
That's
in the
crazy.
Reno. I bowled in the Reno National Championships where they filmed the movie Kingpin.
Oh, wow.
The same
Okay.
exact place. Yeah. And then yeah, I've bowled 300s, probably like 7, 8 299s. I mean, I've
Okay.
done a lot in bowling. Oh, hold on, I got some. You know what, Drew? Oh, Wrestling with Shadows
Look
autograph.
closer.
You got that autograph by
Yeah.
Brett?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I
All
have
right, Drew.
every single DVD box set, Blu-ray that Brett ever did, including family. I have everything.
Drew, I have a gift for you because I'm gonna send you those Bruce Lee tapes.
Yeah. Oh,
All I
thank
want,
you.
all I want you to do is send me shipping for it. But check this
Yeah.
out.
Let me bring.
These are
Oh,
these are these,
wow.
these are your. Do you want these? They're yours if you want them. You like
Yeah. Those
them?
are cool. Yeah.
They're yeah, they're cool. They're like Star Wars card cups. They're for the 40th. Pretty cool. And then let me see if I can find the. Oh, well, hold on. Check this out real
Yeah.
quick. I'm gonna find the tapes for you. But here's the. See the jet.
Yeah.
So I'm
Is that a
working
Night
on that.
Raven? Is
It's a
that a
Night
Night
Raven.
Raven?
It's
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
It's not complete. So I'm piecing it out right now. But it's just a bitch because everything is so expensive, man. Here's. Do you see those other Joe vehicles up there?
Yeah, I do.
Do you see this? Do you see the Batman Forever Batmobile?
I do.
Jurassic Park, Joe. I have an alien. Hold on. Where? There it is. Right here. Hold on. By Elmo. Hold on. See the alien?
I do.
I got that at Goodwill. Got what else do I have? A bunch of more vintage Joe vehicles. You see those?
I do see that. That's pretty rad.
That is rad. And then I got a bunch of Power Rangers. Here's the Tiger Zord.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, we're giving you those cups. Where my Bruce Lee? We're gonna find it, dude. This is for you. This is for my bro. And you got to win the match first, though. I don't just let chumps have Bruce Lee tapes. Like
Okay.
you just don't get collectible VHS Bruce Lee box sets for free without like securing me off the forklift, bro.
Oh,
I got the Alex Vanover on a forklift match. Johnny Utah versus Drew Dangerous. Drew has been training daily every day.
that's
Okay,
true.
okay, hold on. Oh, hey, I got some giveaway stuff for the channel. You want to see some stuff?
What do you got?
Okay. Snout Spout
Oh my
on
goodness.
card. On card. Okay. Flying Fist He-Man on card. Okay.
Oh, Final Fist man.
These might be giveaways. Leech on card.
Oh, Leech brings back a lot of
Yeah,
memories.
dude. Check this
That
out.
was
Oh,
one of the main ones I had.
the guy who almost killed you. This is sports bra Skeletor. Train bra Skeletor.
That's awesome.
Because he's got that stupid purple thing. Oh, Hordak
Oh,
on
Hordak and the
card.
Evil Horde.
Hold on. Ray Fillet.
Oh my gosh.
What else do I got? Hold on. Oh, are you familiar with this? Are you aware of this brand?
Let me see. Is that figure art stuff?
Let me see. It's Gundam. It's
SH,
Gundam Universe.
is it SH figure art Gundam?
GUSP
I'm familiar with the
Gundam.
Gundam put together sets. People were really big into those at one time.
I'm not really familiar with it. Are you familiar with this character?
Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna set you down for like 1 second because I'm trying to find these tapes
Yeah.
for you. Here's my painting box for when I fix Joe's and paint.
Cool.
So got all my painting stuff. Hold on. Dude, I get this. Oh, hey. I want to show you something I saw in your house.
You got. Yes, you have the same one. Mine's over here. Yeah,
There you go. Great minds think alike.
that is true.
Yeah, great minds think alike, bro.
That is awesome.
I
I
saw
have
that and
an
I was like,
original Cobra, Stallone Cobra too. Original
oh, yeah.
VHS.
I don't have the original. I have the re-release from like 97. But all right, here we go. Here we go. Found it. Found it, my friend. Here you go. Okay. Oh, check this out. Famicom Mario.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of weird. Look what I found at a thrift store. Tell me this isn't cool.
Oh wow, I remember those. I had one.
Dude, it
I think
still
I gave.
works.
Yeah, they
I
last a long time.
came with batteries and everything. I was like blown away by that, to be honest with you. Oh, check this out. From the WrestleMania I went to.
Oh, very cool.
There's our boy Sting.
Woo!
Yeah, for some reason Triple H decided he had to go over. Don't really know why. Made no sense. Okay, here we go. Here's your tapes. There you
Let
go,
me see.
buddy.
Dude, that is awesome. That brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah, these are yours.
Dude, that
It's
brings back
got
so many memories.
Chinese Connection, Return of the Dragon, Fists of Fury, Game of Death.
Game of Death. Okay.
And then there's our boy Bruce.
That is awesome.
This
I'll show you.
goes for like 30 or $40, but for you, free.
I owe you one, buddy.
Just for being my buddy.
This is the Criterion Collection on Blu-ray transfer.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, so it's a really nice set. It comes with let me see. Break this down. But you get, let's see. So you get everything in here. Some reprinted original Bruce Lee magazine posters come with it. So it was the coolest set. I was so glad I got it when it came out. And I got something for you. I don't know if you got these, but
No, I don't
here's
have it.
the
What is that?
4K. This came out this year. These are the original 3 movies remastered. Finally, they cleaned them up. You get the theatrical cuts. You get all the versions of the films in this, and it's really, really nice set. And it comes with all sorts of kind of cool things inside of it. But yeah, it came out this year.
Yeah, that's
Grab
sick.
that. Yeah, I got all kinds of
Johnny Utah
crazy
said
stuff.
for Johnny Utah said for bowling, who do you think you are? I am. That's a freaking part. Wait, he was a bowler. What was his name? He was one of the best bowlers ever, but he freaked out. He's all, "Who do you think you are? I am." All right. Oh, hey. Yeah, we're gonna do some giveaways. I'm not sure when, but when I do post it, Sean, I'll definitely put it in the community tab. And usually when I do it, giveaways on the channel, it's basically like, hey, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. You have to be a subscriber, and I just kind of like I'll either randomly draw or someone has to answer a question. It's pretty easy. I've already given away like the MMPR movie on VHS and maybe one or two other things, but I have a ton of stuff. That's dope. Drew,
You
that's
know who
sick.
signed it? You know who
No,
signed
who?
it? Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman. I got
He's
to meet him a couple times
not
before he
around
passed.
anymore.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. So he
insane.
signed it. So I've got so far on this, I've got signed. I got Tara Strong, who was the replacement for Arlene Sorkin for Harley Quinn, but I had her sign it. And then I got Diane Pershing, the original voice of Poison Ivy. I met her last year. She's just about 80 years old, and she signed it for me. So that was really
That's
cool that she did
that's
that.
extreme.
There it
That's
is.
ext- Yeah, that's extremely cool.
Yeah.
That's not
So
just kind of cool. That's extremely cool.
you want to see something really, really cool? Hold on. Let me pull it. You'll love this.
Do I want to see something cool? Of course I do. Let me see that. Oh, is that signed by Bruce?
Yeah, I met him.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
He was really cool. He came out and he was like, he's like Ash, man, when you meet him. He came out of the curtain to take the picture with us and he was yelling. He was like, all right, guys, we're going to take this picture. Stand over here. All right. And he went over to Luke. He's like, how you doing? He's like, I'm great. He's like, okay, up high, down low, too slow. You missed. We're going to do it again. And he was just like all over the place.
So he
And
was
he had
like had a lot of energy.
oh yeah, he had an American flag suit on that had 4th of July explosions all over it.
He's I think he's sick really bad right now with cancer.
Yeah, he's got a stage 4 cancer problem right now. Um, and he and I talked before he got sick, and I told him my journey with MS, and he looked at me and he said, "What are you going to do, baby?" And he put his hand out and shook my hand and brought me in, and that's what he did. He was really cool, really really cool guy. Bruce Campbell
He
is awesome, awesome, awesome guy.
he lives in Oregon, my state. He lives in
Well,
Ashland, I think.
maybe you might see him, hanging out around this,
No, I don't think I'm gonna see him in Albany, but um Bruce Campbell was asked they asked him recently, they're like, hey, why wasn't there ever like a Freddy versus Jason versus Ash? And
They
Bruce
were
Campbell's
supposed
like,
to.
they were supposed to. They did a comic book version of it. But what they said was they presented it to him. And you know what Bruce Campbell said?
What's that?
He's like, oh, that's a great idea. So Ash finally gets to kill Freddy and Jason. That's awesome. And the company, the studios that owned both of the guys were like, oh, no, that's not what we were really thinking. You can't have a definitive winner, you know? You can't, because you want to keep making money, sort of deal. So none of the companies would come to terms on who was going to win, how it was going to go down. None of that, dude. So it was like a non-starter.
I agree. Ash should kill both of them.
Well, yeah, dude. Obviously,
Yeah,
yes,
he should kill
obviously.
them both.
Sam
The
Raimi
studios
would
need
like.
that.
There's no way Sam Raimi was going to loan out his character to get killed by Frank Krueger.
He's not getting killed. He's got to beat them both. Let's see.
Yeah,
Biggs,
Nala was trying to photobomb me.
Luke, Wedge Antilles. So Biggs, Darklighter, Luke Skywalker, Wedge Antilles. The
That's
three run.
hey. How come you don't have Porkins?
If I found his help, I might do one. That'd be cool to do Porkins. I want Wes Jansen and Porkins. That would be kind of cool. There's my
Did they,
grifter mask.
Drew? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Did they have to do the guy who played Porkins so bad? Like, did they have to call him Porkins?
I guess so.
No, dude, he was an overweight guy, man.
Well, he was so overweight he couldn't put his chin strap on his ex, his
In his
his helmet.
X-wing,
Yeah,
there wasn't a weight limit for flying an X-wing.
I guess maybe he was lighter when he was younger, and they needed him on the team, and he showed up, and they said, "Well, we're low on pilots. We'll take you anyway." I guess.
They're like, you're coming out of retirement.
Let's see. Here's watch container one of Drew's many watches.
Dude, I got to tell you a story about watches.
Oh, you
There,
got a watch
there,
story?
I do. It's not about me. It was about someone I knew. Not gonna say his name. Um, but when I was in high school, I had a friend who always had watches, always had brand new watches. That watch is sick. And I was like, well, how do you have all these watches? Because his family wasn't, that's awesome. His family wasn't very well off, Drew.
Okay.
And come to find out, that's sick. Come to find out, man, he was breaking into the lockers in the
What?
team, yeah, the team sports rooms and stuff, stealing people's watches. And I remember there was a kid that was his locker was right next to mine, and he had his brand new watch stolen. And I didn't know, who stole it, but I knew who stole it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the same guy Drew, this is the
Yep.
same guy who, when he was in junior college, listen to this. He was trying to go to a university, and he
Uh-huh.
failed his math exam. So they were going to make him come back fall term to take the math class over. This is before the grades were entered into the computer. He broke into the professor's office, changed his grade to a B. Professor didn't even look twice. He passed the math class, went off to university, and now he has a major career in law enforcement.
That's insane.
Not even joking.
That's
So
insane.
he got his career in law enforcement, I guess illegally.
Because he's out there stealing stuff.
He
What
didn't.
the hell?
The watches didn't have anything to do with it. It was that he broke in and Mission Impossible style and changed his grade.
Yeah, but he's a jacked up person on top of that. He's
I
stealing
mean,
watches.
we all have our past.
I agree. I can't judge him too far on that, but I'm like, dang, dude.
This is the same guy who listened. Here's one more story. This is the same guy when we were working at a grocery store together right after high school. He
Mm-hmm.
was dating a girl who lived out of town, like an hour out of town, and he'd go visit her on the weekends. Well, he didn't have a ton of money because we worked at Safeway, so we were box boys, dude. We made nothing. So whenever he would do the bottle machine, you would get this rolly cart, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So he'd go do the bottle machine if they called him to like, hey, excuse me, hey, whoever your name is, we need you to go change the bottle machine. And while he was doing that, he would slip flowers, candy, whatever he wanted to give this girl for the weekend in the bottle cart as he's rolling it out. And then when he was done doing his bottle business, he'd walk to his car, put all the stuff he had put in from the store into his car, go back in with the bottles changed.
Oh my gosh.
He did it constantly.
That's wild, man. I don't know if you could see that, but
That's insane. How do you decide what watch you're going to wear just based on outfit?
yeah. And I've got all these in there. I've got different colors. Like I wear this one with my Shawn Michaels shoes. It's my Indiana Jones one. It's my Captain America. I've just got a whole thing of them, different ones. You know, so I have a special
Johnny
Bret Hart one.
Johnny says in the chat, he's talking about the script for Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. He read the script. There was going to be a scene where Freddy opens a portal and all of Jason's victims come through and attack Freddy or attack Jason. Okay, Drew, who wins? The White Ranger or Freddy Krueger?
White Ranger.
Why?
I think he would never fall asleep, and he would use his powers to probably hack through his sleeping little weird fantasy world dimension stuff and take him out.
Freddy uses people's fears against them. What was the White Ranger's fear? I don't really believe
Becoming evil, becoming
becoming Lord
evil again,
Dragon.
becoming evil again in any time. Remember that was Tommy's greatest fear was becoming
Yeah,
evil.
I thought that was a good touch in the Green with Evil when he had remorse. Do you remember the last episode? He like felt bad about what he did.
Yeah,
It's not his fault though. They were using him as a vessel.
that's true.
Oh, this is a good question. Who
What's
wins, Lord Draken or Freddy? Lord Draken.
Oh yeah.
I mean, no question. Probably no question. Hands down. He has the power of. He has the entire morphing grid. He's. I don't see. He has the White Ranger, the Green Ranger's powers. Come on now.
No, that's true. You see my Willow figures? My
I do
Highlander figure?
now. I am immortal. What do you think of them using the Highlander music for the Masters of the Universe movie?
That was wild, man. I thought it was cool though.
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought Brian May did the music for it. for the
He
show, for
did.
the movie.
Bri-
Yeah.
Brian, Brian May did the music for Masters because his son, growing up, was a huge He-Man fan. He did it as a labor of love for his son.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool that he did that. I was like, oh man.
I took my dad to Masters of the Universe, and my dad's like 69, and he doesn't like pay attention to things nearly as well as he used to. But it was really interesting, Drew, when the Queen music kicked up, in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Highlander music, the stuff that was made for the He-Man movie.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was like, that's Queen. Like, that's got to be Queen. I couldn't believe it. Because if you ask my dad, like, what he ate for dinner last night, he'd have no idea. But he picked out Queen sight unseen.
Oh wow. That's pretty cool, man.
It is pretty cool. I was shocked, Drew, because if you ask him a question like, "Hey, where did you take mom like on your first date?" or "Hey, why did you realize mom was the one you were going to marry?" He can't answer any of those questions.
Dude. I guess he really took a liking to He-Man.
And
Who's
alcohol.
this?
That is the $6 million man.
Yep, there he is.
I love.
And he has
Do you have his boss, just like the 40-year-old virgin?
Oscar Goldman?
Yeah, do you have Oscar Goldman?
Oh, I don't have Oscar Goldman.
That's so funny. Do you remember that? And have you seen the 40-year-old virgin?
Oh, of course. Everybody told
He's
me I
all,
had to see it.
you have the $6 million man's boss. Yeah, he's unopened. He's mint on card.
See that?
Yeah, I do.
Hairy chest. Real hairy chest.
Here,
Yeah.
but wait, lift it up a little more. I can't see it all the way. Lift it up. I don't think people. There you go. That's hilarious. He's got a tan line, bruh.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a cool figure. It's hard to get.
Drew, what's your stance on hairy chest? Are you a hairy chest guy or no?
Not really. I mean, people do whatever they're gonna do, but yeah, I'm not.
Dude, I trim my chest hair. I have to because it grows
Yeah.
like I have back, dude. If I don't trim my back hair, like I look like Hulk Hogan when he was Sterling Golden.
Oh gosh.
Back hair, George Animal Steel hair, bro. I've got knuckle hair.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like Robin Williams, dude.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
sick. Hey, that's the Roadrunner. That's the
It's the
Road
road
Warriors.
one. Yeah.
The Roadrunner. The Roadrunner.
One of my
Is that an
favorite figures.
actual? Is that an actual leather jacket?
Yeah. Leather
God,
pants too.
that's
Look at
so
the leg
crazy.
brace.
Yeah,
I
he's
have
got
the
this.
jacket. I sent you pictures of the jacket, right?
You did. That's really cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, my
You
sister
dressed up
sent it
like
out.
you were the Road Warrior for Halloween or for what when you dressed up?
Well, what happened was for my birthday this year, my sister sent me out the jacket, but I had to work on it. I had to get the right shoulder pad, get the red rag, get his name tag, and then I had to weather up the jacket, which was a pain in the butt to do, and get it all ready. So it was my birthday present this year for my sister. And so I've
Okay.
got it ready to go. And, my car's decked out in Mad Max stuff. So I was like, I'll take a picture next to it, put the jacket on, and I just kind of put it together like that. So I was like, oh, yeah, I just, here's one.
Okay, that's Snake Plissken.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 12-inch. It's really cool. He's got all his gear and everything. So it's really nice figure.
Hey Drew,
Huge Escape from New York fan. What's up?
check this out, bro. I've got the power
Oh,
sword,
that's
and then
rad.
check it out. Check it out.
That's rad.
I'm a 42-year-old man with a He-Man power sword on his coffee table.
Since we were just talking about him, let me pull him out. Get his feet correct. There he is.
Bruce,
That's a great figure.
that is a great figure. You can't tell me that Fei Long wasn't directly copied from that exact
Oh,
Bruce Lee figure.
and Forrest Law from Tekken.
Yeah,
Forrest Law from
yeah,
Tekken. Here's another
absolutely.
one.
Oh, hold that up. Is that Brandon?
Yeah,
Where the hell did you get that?
it's a custom build.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never seen a Brandon figure other than the Crow.
Yeah,
Is that rapid? Is that rapid fire?
it is.
Let me. Can you pull that here? Get that more in the center. Can you put it up a little higher for me?
Yeah, let me hold
I
on
can,
1 second. Let me get
yeah.
it.
I really like that movie, so I want to see that.
Yeah, of course. Let's see.
Yeah, that's incredible. That he looks just like he did on the movie cover.
Yep.
Yeah, that's sick. Good going. Did you do that or did you buy that?
Guy did it out in Asia, and I got it from him. I was like, I'd like to get it. And I was on my way to the hospital for chemo, so I wanted to have some 12-inch figures in my room, and he was one that I had. So I put that together along with this guy right here. You know who this is, right?
It's Hicks.
Oh,
Who is that?
Johnny Rico, Starship Troopers.
Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I saw Starship Troopers twice, and it was a long time ago. But I do have a Casper Van Dien story, to be honest with you.
Oh, really?
My
I
fr-
got to meet him. He's a super cool guy.
I've heard he's extremely nice. My friend Mackenzie, who I'm not super close with anymore, but he was like a PA or a grip or like a boot, like a light guy on a lot of movies. He was actually in a movie where he played the slasher. It's called Black Mountain Madman. It was like a Jason ripoff because he's like 6'8". Mackenzie is, but anyway, he was working on a film set with Casper Van Dien, and Casper Van Dien was, I guess, just the nicest, most normal dude on set.
Oh, dude, he's so nice. He's really funny, really lively. He was great because I met Casper, I met Jake Busey, I met Dina Meyer, and I met Michael Ironside all in the same day. And
You didn't meet Denise Richards?
she wasn't there. Neither was Patrick Muldoon. They only came out to certain ones.
Patrick
Uh,
Muldoon just recently passed away.
Passed away. Yeah, he was still alive at the time. And that was fine with me because I didn't like Denise Richards in the movie. So I was like, yeah. Dina
Yeah,
Meyer was awesome. She was very nice. Jake Busey was really cool. Michael Ironside was rad. He talked about old school movie days, all the films he did behind the scenes. He just like broke down the film history, and he was the neatest guy. Yeah, it was cool meeting him, and they were that Starship Trooper team was really cool. Just
they
really nice guys.
have you seen the memes, Drew, where they're like growing up is realizing that Casper Van Dien should have chose uh, Dina over Denise?
Yeah, the
Have you seen
interesting
those?
thing about that story, Alex, is like when they screen tested that movie, everyone agreed that Dina Meyer should have been the one to live and gone with Johnny. But for some and I heard because they thought Denise Richards was going to be the new thing and the studio was really leaning on that. That's
Mm,
why they didn't change it. But they should have changed it because we all know Denise Richards, she was pretty looking, but her career didn't go, and she had some prime movies, but they really didn't do much with her because remember she's a Bond girl and she's considered to be the worst Bond girl.
yeah,
Uh,
she was she in the same movie with Halle Berry?
she was in the one before
Okay. Um,
Christmas. Her name was Christmas something. It was Christmas something something.
dude, those Bond movies, I remember. So we went to, I can't remember which Bond movie it was, but it was the same year that Home Alone 3 came out. So it was like
Mhm.
1997 or something like that. So whatever Bond movie had come out in 97, and it might have been GoldenEye or it might have been
I
the one
think it was
after.
Goldeneye, buddy.
Okay, it was like GoldenEye or one of those. It was definitely Pierce Brosnan. We bought tickets to Home Alone 3. So we're going to Home Alone 3. And then we're like, no, we're going to Bond. We're not going. No, no way. We just changed our mind going up the stairwell. Oh, it's Samurai Jack.
Yeah, I have Samurai Jack too. He's right.
Phil Lamar is such a good talent. Yeah, there's our boy.
It's a really cool figure. I got something really cool that you won't see in a lot of people's collections.
Oh, Road Warriors.
Yeah, Lord Humongous with the microphone.
Tell me that's not where Demolition stole their outfit.
Oh, they did.
I mean, that's identical.
Yeah, they stole it. He's
That is
heavy
like
as heck.
that's hilarious.
My sister sent me that with the jacket. Yeah. And he even has, when he shoots the truck, remember?
Yeah. Yes. Oh
There
yeah.
it is. There it is. Yeah, that was a really cool add-on. And since you were talking, that's why I got in this drawer because you mentioned James Bond. So who's that?
It's Roger Craig. There's James Bond.
So you got the Daniel Craig figure,
Yeah, Roger Craig. He was a running back for the
and
Niners. Daniel
here's the
Craig.
big one. Here's the big one for you. Here's Sean Connery.
Was he? Was him or Roger Moore? Which one was your favorite Bond?
Oh, Sean Connery. He's the
Really?
best. Sean Connery is James Bond.
Do you
Sean
like?
Connery is all around. Roger Moore was a knockoff of Sean Connery. Everybody knew that, and he couldn't do what Sean could do because Sean was like real tough guy, kind of James Bond. Like
Yeah.
Roger Moore depended more on his gadgets when like Sean Connery was like the man's man James Bond. And
I was gonna say, like, okay, wasn't Sean Connery's last movie The Extraordinary League of Gentlemen?
Yes,
The League of
that was
Extraordinary.
one of them because
The
he
League.
did the Finding. What was it? Finding Forrester.
Was that? Yeah, but was that the last movie he filmed, or was that the last
I
movie that
think Finding
released?
Forrester was the last one.
Okay.
It
Do
was
you
between those two, and then he did some animation thing when he was a little bit older, and then he passed away.
do
Like
you
when
remember
he
when? Do you remember when they asked him about his view on females?
the slapping thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do. I thought it
Yeah.
was funny.
I mean, it is funny, but like I mean, that was like he'd be canceled today if he said that.
Yeah, but I mean, the dude's old school. Let me jump out of here because the volume. I gotta do that volume thing, and I'll be
That's
right
okay.
back. I got a
Yeah.
Sean Connery story for you that you'll appreciate. Hold on.
So I'm going to answer Sean's question. I would say the most expensive collectible I have is probably I have a Michael Jordan second year PSA graded card. I also have like Michael Jordan third year PSA like 8 graded card. I have Kobe rookies. I have some really decent baseball cards and basketball cards. As far as toys, I might have shown the two most expensive ones I have, the two turtles, the fan mail club ones, with the rubber heads from '88. So they were like the first run. I got those turtles. I went to a comic book store in town. Some guy was working for a computer company in Corvallis, and he was going through some financial issues, and he like had all these toy collections. He would go to stores and buy boxes of toys that were going to be put out in like Fred Meyer's or like, Target or Walmart or wherever, Payless back in the 80s. And the boxes weren't even open. So they were shipped from Playmates. So when I went in there, they're like, hey, this guy wants us to sell his toy collection for him here at the comic book store. Do you want to go look through them? So I was like literally opening these boxes. I was the one to open these boxes, not him, me. So I was like pulling out these 1988 fan club rubberhead turtles. It was insane. Do I have any talking turtle figures? I don't have any talking turtle figures. What are your favorite toys? Johnny, do you collect any toys? Do you have any favorites? Sean, do you have any favorites? Where's Drew at? Drew has been eliminated from the Royal Rumble. He's going to pull a Mick Foley. He's coming back in as three faces of Foley. And Drew better get ready for his match with Johnny, the Alex Vanover on a forklift match. Tonight, we've got Alex Vanover on a forklift for the best friendship title. Sean can be the special guest referee. All right, he's a minimalist, no toys. So okay, you know what? Being a minimalist is actually the cleaner your space is, the cleaner your mind is. It's definitely a fact. The less you have, the more mental capacity you have. People say if your house is cluttered, your mind is cluttered. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Still waiting on our boy Drew. Sorry, guys. He's on the way. Johnny's got a lot of books, though. Johnny, don't you have some of the out of print stuff like Josh has on his channel, like the out of print slasher stuff or anything like that? What books do you have, Johnny? I have a Batwing and a Batmobile from '89 I got from Drew as a gift. That's awesome. Are they '89? Like, were they released in '89? Like original ones, or are they ones that were made by like Super 7 and they are the '89 version? Johnny, do you still have a library card? Okay, yes, ebooks from Internet Archive. So Johnny, like, give me a description. Like, what's in your house? Like, do you just have? What do you have in your house? Is it like your TV, like a computer? You're Johnny Utah, so you probably have that weight bench still. Tyler from the restaurant is probably in your bed. The ex-presidents are coming over all the time to have you go night surfing. What does Johnny Utah have in his house? I have every book Josh narrated and all the Halloween comics. Okay, that's pretty cool. It was Josh's birthday like 2 or 3 days ago, and I actually wished him a happy birthday. That was the first time that either one of us had reached out to one another in almost a year, probably a year. So I hope he saw that. I hope he had a really good happy birthday. I don't really know. Drew would know more about that. I just got them as a gift. I think they are. Sean, if you look at them if you take a close look, maybe flip it over, you can see a copyright date on those. And if you tell me the date, I could tell you what they're from. And Johnny, I want to say thank you for the Garbage Pail Kid designs you did for me earlier and sent them to me. Those are so funny. Those Hogan ones are ridiculous, man. Hulk Hogan was such a character, such a weird guy. Just didn't want to let anybody else ever have a chance to put one over him or be ahead of him or take money out of his mouth, even though he was like a multi-millionaire. He spent money out really fast, though, and he made a lot of really poor investments in his life. Still waiting on Drew. I wonder if he had to reset or something. What do you guys think of all the crap I have in my garage and in my house? My poor girlfriend has to deal with all that all the time. Denise Richards and Starship Troopers reminds me of Sam LaRusso. From Cobra Kai? I can kind of see that, I guess. Sam LaRusso's a lot shorter, though, right? Here comes Drew. Here's our boy. I thought Drew got blown away in a storm or something.
No, my battery gave out when I went to switch over, so I had to plug it in and make sure that everything was sitting right.
Hey, Drew, I got a question for you.
Go for it.
The Batwing and the Batmobile you gave to Sean, the '89 stuff, was that the Kenner stuff or was that a re-release?
No, that's the McFarlane stuff.
Okay, so that came out like 2022, 2023?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was asking Sean, I was like, hey, if you flip it over, you can see a copyright on the bottom of like what year it was, made. So I wasn't sure. He hadn't got to that yet. Johnny Utah, I asked you, since you're a minimalist, what's in your house? And I demand an answer. You tell me the answer now or be quiet.
I'm gonna do something for you, Alex.
For me.
Um, I'm gonna go through all my Bret Hart figures.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
this one's special because Shannon gave this to me for my birthday this year.
Shannon's the new lady, right?
That's her.
Okay, that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something about the Brett figures that have always bothered me?
What's that?
I don't know that I like the face mold, like the sculpt of the face.
There's a really I'm gonna show you because this one is an older head. It's not it's not
Okay.
it's kind of whatever. But if I go to this Brett, you'll see it gets better.
Okay, that is absolutely that's his forehead right there. That is
Yeah.
closer to Brett.
Yeah.
That's the
So
good.
you
That's
got that one.
that one's great. And then do they have removable shades? Is that the deal?
They have removable shades and they like this is the Elite Edition, so it comes with either you get a cloth or plastic jacket that you can reverse the arms, like the arms come sleeve and you could take out the arms, make them without the sleeves, or if it's the cloth jacket, it slides over. So it
Okay.
depends. So you have this Brett. And then here, this head's not the greatest. I think I'm going to get another one of these heads when I can to replace it with this, but this is the I Quit match against
Okay,
Austin.
that is sick. That jacket is sick.
Yeah, gets even better.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
So, and then, the skull on the back of the pants,
Mhm. That's
So,
definitely 97 Hitman for sure.
like you see
96,
the head,
97.
it's not awful, but it's not like this one.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad. They're both good. They're both solid. I actually like both of those. Those are good.
So they got that. And then
Drew,
we've got,
Sarah Stanley says hello.
hey,
Welcome to
how's
the
it going?
welcome to the hangout.
Hey, Sarah, how's it going?
Sarah, you missed a lot of stuff. We've been talking about a lot of random crap for the last 2 hours.
Here's the trippy one. Remember when he fought Austin and he had these tights that had the gold,
Yeah,
kind of
I
the
do.
orange? Yeah, he talked about that. Brett's like, yeah, I didn't do it again because it came out orange more than gold, but they did a figure of it.
That's
Um,
that I do remember that and I liked it. I didn't mind that.
Yeah, Brett was he talked about that recently. He's like, I didn't do it again because it looked more orange instead of gold. Like, I really wanted the gold to kind of stand out. Let's see. Intercontinental years.
Okay. Johnny Utah says my friend had holes in the walls that you'd hook a vacuum up to. That was weird. Oh, in his house. Like there was a spot where you could hook a vacuum cleaner up to the wall. Have you heard of that, Drew? Like an
Like,
apartment, like an apartment where you'd hook a vacuum hose up to. I've seen that in a movie. I've never seen it in real life.
I don't think I've seen it in real life. Let's see. Early on feud with Kurt Hennig era. So let's
Okay.
say. I've never seen like the hookup wall thing. Wow, I've never seen that one.
Sarah Stanley
Here's
just got eliminated from the Royal Rumble. She's gone.
here's one of my favorite Bretts. There's the all black Montreal screw job tights he wears when he gets to WCW. The main tights he wears for a long time, the all black
Yeah.
Heart Foundation jacket. Really
He
clean.
he never wore the Hart Foundation jacket in WCW, did he?
He had it on.
When?
He wore his biker jacket.
Was it the exact jacket from the Hart Foundation?
It was this one right here. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he
You
wore
say?
it.
Were you what did you think about when Brett was getting booked so poorly in WCW? Like when you were watching that in real time?
I was kind of bummed out because he had, he should have been doing all kinds of stuff. They had the hottest wrestler, and then like they kind of used him and they kind of didn't. The stuff he did with Sting, the stuff he did with Booker T was great. The stuff he did with Benoit was great. But like he said, like I love that stuff. I wish we did more of it. It was kind of like that, and it just seemed like they. It's not that they didn't know how to book him. It's just Bischoff made sure. I'm going to say this: Bischoff wanted him and was all on board. Hogan got in his ear about that. He did. And once he got there, then he realized the game was different. That Hogan, I think Brett thought Bischoff was going to be over Hogan and be like, no, I'm going to do A, B, and C. But Hogan and him were so tight that it was the other way around. So when he got there, he didn't have a lot of wiggle room because Hogan, Nash, and Hall made sure that Brett only went so far, because, Hogan signed off on what everybody did, right? So,
Yeah.
he could only get so far with Brett. And it was just like, yeah, if things could have been done correctly there, I think things would have been a lot different for Brett. I think he would have had a lot more going on. But WCW had their favorites, who was pushing who, their favorites. Even though you had the hottest wrestler, they're trying to push Goldberg. They're trying to push whatever Hogan's doing, whatever Bischoff wants to do, whatever Hall and Nash are trying to do. It's a lot of stuff. So I feel that there were some good moments with him at WCW, for sure. They just didn't get finished. It's like he had some good setups, but then they just never got finished.
That
You
was
know,
like excuse me, that was the dumbest thing they could have ever done was like Brett was literally the WWF champion. He didn't lose cleanly. He could have came into WCW claiming to be the real world's champion. They could have used that gimmick. He was
oh, for
never
sure.
he was never beat. He was never pinned. He was not submitted correctly or whatever. He could have used the gimmick where he was the real world's champion. I mean, at that point, he had so much sympathy. That's cool. That's when he came back.
Hmm.
2010, Brett. When he had so much sympathy from him being screwed over that he could have easily been the biggest babyface in wrestling again.
Oh, for sure. For
John,
sure. They could have done a lot with that. But again, they kind of just chose like not to. And it was just kind of like, well, what's the point? If you got him here and you're not gonna use him, are you just doing this thing where you just get people and you just pay them this paycheck and they don't show up? You know, it's kind of like Anvil talked about when he went to WCW. He's like, yeah, they had me show up, they had Davey show up. We came out a few times, and then they just paid us a paycheck from home.
um, sometimes WCW allegedly, well, not allegedly, I heard it from like I've listened to so many shoot interviews. They would sign wrestlers from the WWF or from
Right.
wherever. They would literally just keep them in the back room and they would never use them. Um, they'd pay them like the Genius, like Honky Tonk Man, like Jim the Anvil Neidhart. All these guys would be making $100,000 a year, and they would never wrestle ever. They just signed
Yeah.
them to sign them. They had no idea what they were going to do with them. They didn't use them to elevate talent, their own home. I mean, WCW was like towards the end, like I would say 2000, 2001. It was such a mess. And I also like today's wrestling product, the WWE, feels really similar to that. Like, I don't feel like the WWE knows what the hell they're doing at all right now. Like, no clue. They're being drug around by their balls by TKO. I think Triple H is in charge of creative in name only. I don't think that Shapiro signs off. I don't think he signs off on anything unless he approves it because he's the head of TKO. I don't think Triple H has like I don't think he can just do whatever he wants. Like if that was the case, they wouldn't have a sponsorship on everything. Their rings look like a skateboard deck. I said that the other night, dude. It's ridiculous. Like their matches are all thrown together. Everything's a hot shot. That's pretty cool. Drew, did you watch Japanese wrestling?
I watched New Japan when my buddy Mikey Henderson was out there wrestling. I did watch that. And that's when John Cena was there and Samoa Joe. Chris Daniels was there because he started with those guys. I watched it then. That was
Um,
a long time ago.
what is my opinion, Alex? What is your opinion on AEW? Um, I think the AEW, like, I would love nothing more than for AEW to succeed. I want the wrestlers. I always like that outfit. Um, the all pink. I want the
Oh,
wrestlers to be able to have an opportunity to wrestle more than just one, more than just WWE. I think Tony Khan has a lot of money behind him. His dad is a multi-billionaire. He owns the Jags. Um, I think Tony Khan is a fan. That's awesome. That jacket is sick. I think they have a lot of good young wrestlers. I think that MJF could be one of the biggest stars in the business. I don't know that I like that he drops the F bomb all the time on TV. It's a little weird. I think that you can get over without having to cuss, but that I'm just, whatever. I'm the old man on the lawn. I think they have real wrestling matches for the most part. I think WWE does not. It feels more like an actual wrestling promotion. WWE feels more like an entertainment production. And as far as WWE compared to TNA, I cannot stand Dan Housing. Do you know who Dan Housing is, Drew?
I do.
Do you like him?
He's silly, but I'm not crazy about him. The only thing I really remember was he was getting on somebody about chips. He's like, "You don't like to eat chips?" And he was like, "Chips." And I was just like,
He
"What is this?"
he always says human monies, and he looks like he's supposed to be like the count or something. He looks like a vampire, and
Well,
he
he
like
looked like the demon face and the Exorcist when they would show the white face, that white painted makeup face with the sharp teeth and the
yeah,
Exorcist. That's what it looks like.
yeah. Dan Housing does suck. I agree. Um,
Here's a special one. The sparkles. Remember, he had the paint.
yeah, I do. Is that 94?
Yeah,
Give me some props for that. That's like Royal Rumble 94, Brett.
yeah, yeah. See the skulls on the side of the pants. Yeah, that was a difficult one to kind of get. And then I've got let me see.
Johnny Utah says Dan Housing is an airhead. I guess Dan Housing and Dirty Dom had one of the worst matches of the year. I got like 1 star or something. And then Johnny says Will Ospreay is just a game changer.
Here's the hot pink.
Yeah, that's sick too. I always
Oh,
liked, dude, pink. They just landed on that color and it's absolutely perfect.
where's my collector? There he is. Here you go. When the brothers wrestled the Knights,
Oh yeah, 90,
and you didn't see these types
93,
again. Yeah, you
93,
only saw these one
94.
time. Where he had a short singlet like Owen, and you only
Yeah,
see it that one time.
that's funny. And who was the only heart to be eliminated in that match?
Who was it? It's been so long since I've watched that.
It was Owen.
Was it? Oh, that's why he got mad, and that's when the whole thing started
Yeah, that
because
he
he
was.
lost. Yeah,
Well,
weren't prepped for that.
Owen was already pissed off because they had a tag team title match with the Quebecers at the Royal Rumble, and Brett got hurt, kind of hurt his leg, and the Quebecers ended up winning the match. And Owen was pissed because he thought that was his chance to win some gold. So, that was the first chink, and then the second chink was the Hart family versus Jerry Lawler or Shawn Michaels. It was Shawn Michaels and his Knights, right?
Yeah, it was Shawn Michaels and the Knights because they were
Because
somebody else was supposed to do that.
it was supposed to be Jerry, but he got in trouble for like a sex SA case.
Because
Jerry was, and then I heard somebody else's name. Who was
It
it?
was 100% Jerry Lawler, and he got in
No,
trouble.
you're right. You're right. It's Jerry, but somebody was supposed to be with Jerry, and it wasn't Sean.
Do you know who was one of the knights? Can I tell you this?
Go for
Greg the Hammer Valentine.
it. Oh man.
And I met Greg the Hammer Valentine at Eugene Comic Con, and I'm gonna tell you something. He was
Mhm.
one. He talked to me for like 30 minutes. I shook his hand, got a photo. We made fun of Butch Patrick from the Munsters together. Um, because Greg the Hammer Valentine looks at me and he's like, "Hey, Alex, you see that guy?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "That's Butch Patrick. That's Eddie Munster." He's all, "He was on TV when I was a kid." He was just laughing because he's like, "Why the hell is Eddie Munster here?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I talked to Greg the Hammer Valentine. I said, "Greg, you had that amazing dog collar match with Piper. You were the tag team champions, with Beefcake. You were with the Dream Team. You were the IC champion." I said, "Was there ever any discussion?" And I don't know if this is true. This could just be him talking whatever. I said, "Was there ever any discussion of you being the champion?" And he said, "Yes, there was." But that was all as soon as, because Vince wanted to have a blonde haired like idol. He wanted a blonde haired like stud, like to be his champion. Greg was in the discussions, but when Hogan decided to come over, it was game over for Greg. That all that talk as a potential main event guy went to the shitter because Greg couldn't cut a promo as well as Hogan.
Yeah, Greg was kind of more quiet.
Quiet wrestler, stealthy, technical guy. Um, when I started talking to him about wrestling, though, you know what he said to me?
What's that?
He was like, "You're smart to the business, aren't you?" And I said, "Well, I don't know that I'm smart to the business, but I definitely am familiar with your business." And he thought that was great because I was talking to him like I knew what I was talking about.
No, that is cool that he said that for
It
you.
was really cool that he said it. He's like, "You're smart to the business, huh?" And I said, "Well, yes and no." I said, "I've never, worked in wrestling, but I've followed it my whole life."
Kurt Angle was really cool to meet too.
Oh, I'm sure Kurt Angle. I'm sure he was a nice guy too. Was he? Or
Oh yeah. Oh, he was. Yeah, he was a gentleman and a scholar all the way down. He hugged me like really tight. I thought he was going to suplex me because he squeezed me so tight. And I was like,
he's
but he
all
was.
he's all brace yourself. I'm about ready to give you the
It
angle
felt
slam.
like it. It felt like it. I was like, I feel there's a slam coming. But he was, yeah, he was really, really nice guy. It was really cool meeting him.
Hey, there's the anvil. There's the Heart Foundation anvil. Very cool. That's a good head sculpt. Now, when we're talking head sculpts, that's good. Davey, Heart Foundation, that's good too. Such a sad story about Davey. Just
Oh yeah,
never made the right choice. He like when he passed away, I think he was like dating one of the Hart brothers' ex-wives or something.
yeah, he was.
Something weird. No shade on him or any. There's Pillman. Pillman was so hurt when he was in the Heart Foundation. I don't. He could barely walk. Do you think, Alex, that the roster of AEW currently in WWE could make it in the '90s? I don't think that the full rosters, could make it in the '90s. I think that parts of, I think that Roman Reigns would be good in the '90s. Obviously, I think that Brock Lesnar would be fine. I think that CM Punk would be fine. I don't know that Cody Rhodes would have been as over in the '90s because he would have needed to have a more of an edge. And WWE definitely went with Cody Rhodes as like a straight up babyface. Um, he was everybody singing his theme song and stuff. Definitely a babyface. Oh, that's phenomenal. That looks like Owen too. I am not a nugget, Drew. I'm the Black Heart. Johnny
I
says
got
that
some.
Johnny says you guys would like Speedball Mike Bailey. He's a super athletic karate kid.
Oh wow.
Dynamite?
Mm-hmm.
That looks, that might be a little. That might not be the correct dimensions for Dynamite. That looks a little too tall.
Yeah, they made him tall.
His legs need to be a little smaller than that. Kerry Von Erich. There's our boy. Everybody's favorite. Not. He's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, though.
Oh, he is.
There's no doubt. I mean, I have no disrespect towards him as a in-ring technician, and I hope he is saved.
Here's something to flashback.
Yeah, those are cool. The Rockers. That's like right when they came into the WWE.
So, yeah.
Do you have the blue blazer?
I don't, but I could have gotten one a long time ago.
A
A
pink
pink
steel
one?
chair.
Yeah.
There's like Hell in a Cell, Sean.
Yeah.
There's Sean again. DX.
I have
Uh,
TX on
Kevin
right.
Kevin Von Erich's kids wrestle in AEW. And yeah, that is absolutely DX.
Ross and Marshall. Yeah, they're really good. Von Erich, Ross and Marshall. They're really, really good.
Lacey wrestled in TNA for a little bit, right? As a knockout.
Yeah, she did. She did for a little bit. Yeah, Lacey was cool. I like Tessa Blanchard too.
She did some racist stuff, right?
They said she did. I don't know if it went down quite like that. That's been in question because nobody's been able to really prove it, but somebody accused her of something. And I
Like
was just kind of like, yeah,
backstage.
yeah, it wasn't like a Hogan thing where it's like it was more just like it was more hearsay on something. And I think honestly, a lot of it had to do with jealousy, kind of like just catty stuff. I think that's where a lot of it came from.
Yeah. I do know that Tessa Blanchard she was getting over, and she's also one of the best wrestlers in ring
Yeah, exactly. See, it's
for
like she's getting
females.
over, things are getting done, and then this happens. You know what I mean? It's kind of like,
Yeah.
and then you look at the person that said it, and then I was like, I don't know. I think she kind of got walked into a bad situation, and I'm still looking forward to her getting together with Charlotte Flair and then trying to do a four horseman thing. So then you have Rick's daughter, you have Tully's daughter, I was like, maybe something. Two horsemen.
That would be cool. I mean, that would be okay. That's a cool Sean.
This is
That's
the one
Stone.
where
Yeah.
Stone Cold, where he became champion and Sean had to leave for his back surgery. Yeah.
Who wins? Samoa Joe versus Kevin Owens, both in their prime. I think Samoa Joe. No problem. Samoa Joe, I think a lot of people don't understand how over he was in TNA back then when he was wrestling Kurt Angle. I think that Kurt Angle and Samoa Joe still have the pay-per-view record for TNA to this day. That's two dudes with attitude, Shawn Michaels.
There you go.
That is Iron Man match, Shawn Michaels.
That's right.
That is, let me look at that a little closer. That's probably 96.
Mm-hmm.
Am I close?
Yeah, you're right there.
Okay.
You got the stripes on the
Yeah, it's
pants.
about
Yeah.
96. Mm, that is. Oh, okay. That is when he came back, and that
Mhm.
might be when he won the Hell in a Cell.
This is when he fought Jericho.
Yeah. Okay. At Safeco Field in Seattle.
Mhm. Let's see. I've got this one too.
The Alamo Dome. Shawn Michaels
Yeah, there you go.
with Jose Lothario. What was your? What did you have any opinion on the Super Sock angle?
Jose Lothario, Super Sock. I thought he was cool. I mean, he, Sean worked with them. They kind of had the Rocky and Mickey thing going on. I know he was really proud of Sean, and I mean to say that you trained Shawn Michaels on your resume and became huge. I thought it was cool. Him and he was cool. Sherry worked well with Sean. They just didn't leave them together long enough. I don't know why. You know, I feel Sherry kind of got the shaft on some situations sometimes.
They used
Yeah.
her. Sherry was good for. She was really good with Macho King. She was great at Marty. She was great with. She was great with Ted DiBiase. She was great with Sean. She was great with Harlem Heat. She
Oh, she was
was
fantastic with Harlem Heat.
Yeah, she was like if Sherry Martel was managing you, you were doing things. Like
Yeah.
you were in the hunt or you were on top. It was one or the other. Yeah, there's the red sting. That's like 98 sting.
Hmm.
Drew, were you impressed with my knowledge of like wrestlers' looks and what year it's from?
Oh yeah.
97?
97 Sting. Yeah.
Probably 97.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Man, Scott Hall is 100% the reason that we got that sting.
I give Scott Hall credit on that one. I give him 100% credit on that one. He
Yeah.
really did.
He was like, "You ever see the movie The Crow?" And Sting's like, "No, no."
He's like, dude, you need to watch it, man. It takes some
Yeah,
notes. And he's like, that's your next thing, man.
he's all, "That's
That's
you. You're
it.
definitely gonna be that guy."
And he was right. Like Scott called it. I give him credit on that one. I was like, Scott knew. And a sad ending to Scott too.
Yeah, definitely because Scott, like Scott, suffered with PTSD from the shooting at the strip club when he worked there,
Yeah.
and he had a really hard time with that, and he thought he was gonna go to hell. Did you know that?
Oh yeah. I saw the documentary they
He
talked
was
about that.
he was like convinced he was gonna go to hell, and I think that that's one of the reasons he drank so much.
I do too. I think he was trying to erase that out of his mind as much as he could, and he just kept drinking. And then he
Yeah,
got hooked on it, and
taking
it went weird.
taking pills, drinking, and then he had a complete turnaround with DDP and got so well that he got out of the house. He was training his son to be a wrestler, and he just like COVID happened, and his Kevin Nash said that when COVID happened, you couldn't go to any of the conventions, you couldn't go out to eat, you couldn't do anything, so he was just isolated in his house all day long with his thoughts, which I can tell you firsthand, Drew, from a guy who deals with anxiety and OCD and ruminating and doing all these things I do. It's not a it's your own mind can be scary sometimes.
No, I agree. I felt really bad for Scott Hall, um, because there's a really good side to him
Yeah, I agree.
that didn't come out, a lot sometimes, and when it did, it was really bright, So it's just, I guess with him and Kevin, we all have a bad blood thing with them because let's just be honest, they definitely took that Hogan connection to the next level.
Well,
You
yeah,
know, we
dude,
all
they
know they did.
absolutely, and they used it for every bit that I mean, they had top spots in the company. They had a great pay. They had a great schedule. They didn't even really have to work matches anymore. Like they weren't even like Scott Hall's work rate in WCW was greatly diminished from when he was in the WWF.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He was a much better wrestler in the WWF. Yeah, I think Scott Hall's demons got to him, and it's really sad because I can relate to him because I just know what it's like to be in that headspace. Because I drank for like heavily for many many years because I just felt guilty about all the things I'd done in my past, and just and then I had all this trauma and stuff. I don't want to get like too personal, but I had all these things that I could really relate to him, and it was just kind of a sad thing. I wish he had stayed on the straight and narrow. I wish he had never turned back to vodka.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of the thing about it. You know, is like you felt bad for Scott. Did you see the Steiner brothers
No, I didn't. I was.
biography?
Oh no, I didn't. On A&E.
Yeah.
I haven't been watching the biographies this year.
Oh, it was great, man.
I know that the Road Warriors one. I guess Animal's wife was pissed.
Really, I
She was
watched that one.
Yeah, she
We
was
should
pissed
know
off.
that.
She was pissed off just by the way they told the story. Just some of the thing, like maybe a lot of the stuff wasn't true. Possibly, I don't know, but it wasn't. I think that was Animal's third wife, so I don't know that she was there for all of it.
Yeah, I watched their documentary. It was good. The Steiner brothers one was really good.
You know what documentary I really enjoyed was the one about the Warrior from a couple years back.
I remember that one. Yeah,
It was good because it was interesting to see what like the child behind that character and like a lot of the stuff that he was probably dealing with mentally growing up and like not having his dad around and then like I mean just he was going to be a chiropractor and then he was like a bodybuilder. He was competing in professional bodybuilding contests and like he got himself over. Like you can't say he didn't. He's the one who created the look, like kind of the entrance, kind of the presentation. Vince just kind of like refined it
yeah,
because he was the Dingo Warrior when he was wrestling with the Von Erich territory.
right.
Um, Still no clue why his name was the Dingo Warrior.
He
What?
took some Australian influence and put Warrior together, and
Um, hey, I want to. We passed by it when you were showing Brandon Lee, but and the Crow stuff. Can you talk to us a little bit about Brandon Lee's death? Like, what do you
yeah,
think? Like, are you aware of like? Are
I
you
know
know?
I know just about everything about it. Yeah,
Okay, well,
yeah.
tell me about it.
Okay, so at the time, what people may not realize is The Crow was kind of more of an independent film when they did it. So the restrictions were not what a major studio would kind of do. They taped in North Carolina where they taped for Ninja Turtles, the original Ninja Turtles. The set
Okay.
there, Golden Harvest, had filmed a set in an area. So they used that. Brandon, at the time, he was on set. He was pretty much, they were wrapping up filming at the time. So the scene that actually he got, killed in was actually an extra scene they just needed to go back and fix. And it's actually the scene where his character gets killed in the apartment. So the actual scene where he gets shot is when the character Funboy
Mm-hmm.
takes the first shots. That actor was the one holding the gun that actually hit him. Okay. So what happened was the prop department had gone home. The weapons master team had gone home for firearms. Now, the assistant to the firearms master was on set. He was the one that gave the gun. But what the problem was, it's not
too much of a big problem. It's just negligence. So whenever you use firearm on set, every time you get done shooting with it, immediately when you're done shooting with that gun, you
Mhm.
have to clean them out. Okay? Because what happens is debris builds inside the gun. So the
Yeah.
debris, it gets hot, it turns metal projectile. Okay? That was the thing about it. And this guy, who obviously that's why he was the assistant, he's, doing an apprenticeship, still learning, but
Yeah.
and the directors and the production team, they're the ones that pushed him, like, hey man, let's do these scenes. Well, we're not supposed to film, the day's done. We can't shoot anymore with firearms and the main guy's not here. Oh, we can still do it. Come on, man. We can still, it was one of those things. So he went ahead and did it. And every
Excuse me.
time they fired, they didn't clean the chambers. They didn't check in the barrel, make sure everything was good. He wasn't doing that. They weren't replacing the cartridges soon enough. So it was building all this debris in that gun. And by the time it came to shooting that scene, you've got a projectile,
Yeah.
coming out at top speed, very much like a bullet, And the other side of that was they were also using dummy bullet rounds, which is very similar to the Alec Baldwin thing. That was another thing they were using.
And
So,
didn't the
mhm,
dummy bullet round actually shoot him?
yes.
And that's not supposed to happen, obviously.
No, because when you use dummy rounds, you don't shoot them at people. You shoot around an area. Like they're basically filming the explosion of the fire coming out of the gun to give it more of a realistic effect, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that's where so you have an area where you shoot, but you don't direct it at people. You shoot away from the people. Well, very much like the Alec Baldwin situation, they had it going towards people, And when that happens, what's going to happen? People are going to get hit. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, Brandon got hit. Now, the actor that shot Brandon was Michael something. That, he didn't shoot him, but, was given the prop. Man, he didn't act for like years. He couldn't do it anymore.
Because he was like mentally torn up about it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because Brandon got shot in the aorta and he was bleeding out. So, and here's the trippy part. And this came from people on the set. They were talking about Brandon was here. Okay.
Hey
They
Drew,
were
Drew,
all
do you not want to be on camera?
no, I'm just sitting over here. I didn't even
Oh,
think
okay.
about it.
Because I need there you go. There's my boy.
So Brandon was here. The rest of the film production team was back here. So they all had to walk past Brandon as he was bleeding out on the floor.
Did they know he was bleeding out when they were walking past him?
They knew he was really jacked up, and they
There
all
was
had to see it as they were walking out. That was the
there was
messed up part. They was like,
there was
yeah,
no medical on the set.
they were coming, but they were evacuating everybody from the set before the ambulance got there, and so everybody had to walk past him.
Well,
You know,
why didn't anybody try to plug the wound? Stick your fucking thumb in it, dude.
who knows?
Like
They're just waiting for the ambulance. Yeah,
I'm being serious, dude. See, they could have
no,
plugged it with
you're not
anything.
wrong. Yeah, you're not
Did he
wrong.
die? Did he die of blood loss?
Yeah, they couldn't stop it. Yeah,
Well, the aorta is like your heart. It's pumping your blood out of
yeah,
your body.
yeah. So to be 28, because here's the thing, guys. In the next week or so, week and a half, he was getting married to Eliza Hutton, who he'd been dating for a while. They were getting married. Everything was getting put together for that. He had signed for Rapid Fire 2, and he had also signed for non-action movies as well. So he had had his whole career. Now it was coming.
Mm.
Everything that he had worked for, and then he was getting married, right? 28, doing that. He was at Dan Inosanto Martial Art Academy. He was supposed to really do a lot of things down there, really get a lot of the stunt team more involved in more movies, especially his best bud, Jeff Yamada. And a lot was supposed to happen with Brandon because I think Brandon ultimately would have taken
a bigger part in Dead Innocento Academy and kind of leveled out some more martial art things in the future, as well as his acting.
Yeah.
A lot was weighed in on Brandon that he was supposed to do. And when Brandon died, none of that came, you know? And on top of that, too, Shannon Lee, his sister, Brandon was at a part where he was going to help her career. And that's what he said. He said, "Oh, when I get back from getting the whole married thing done, you and I are going to sit down and start working on your career and getting you out there." And when Brandon died, she this came directly from Shannon. She went into a deep depression and she didn't even leave the house. And she's like, "Yeah, I didn't want to really do any films. And, I did some stuff later on just because, but I really didn't want to get involved heavily because I just couldn't do it." But she's like, Brandon was like ready to get me started and put some things in motion. And it went south from there because of that. So when Brandon died, a lot of things went out the window. That definitely would have made things completely different had he lived longer. But also, Brad Pitt, who worked with Brandon, said this. He said Brandon was like this guy that like knew he was going to die. And if you ever see any interviews with Brandon, there are certain interviews he does where he speaks in a way where he knows he may not live as long. And that's why Brandon was such a daredevil. He was big into motorcycle riding, doing a bunch of wild stuff. Brandon was like, live like there's no tomorrow. He actually drove a hearse. If it wasn't his motorcycle, he drove a hearse. So they said he would pull up on set driving a hearse.
What?
And yeah, Brandon drove a hearse.
He had to, dude. He had to have had some psychological issues from his dad passing away. If you're driving a hearse around, dude.
He had a hearse. The funniest story about Brandon was actually really funny. People don't know how funny Brandon was a funny guy. I remember a guy broke into Brandon's house and tried to steal his VCR. And Brandon ended up seeing the guy and he chased him around the house. And he said, "Yeah." They said, "Well, what happened to the guy?" He said, "Well, the guy's in the hospital." So what happened to the guy? He's like, he ended up breaking the guy, separating his shoulder.
Of course he did.
Yeah. So I was like, well, if you want to know how good Brandon was, that'll tell you right there, because the guy had a knife. And he's like, yeah, he managed. Whenever you get in a combat with a knife, you get a little cut. He said, I got a little cut. And I was like, I separated his shoulder. He went to jail and he's in the hospital. And that was Brandon.
And he doesn't have. And anyway, long story short, I'm taping something right now.
Yeah, that's Brandon. And, he had such kind of a really unique way of life. And he was a really, really funny guy. He was always, coming up with pranks. And, when he was in high school, he started a student body campaign against the faculty and the principal, saying that the students should take over the school. Yeah, he was.
Oh, yeah.
Brandon was always, and when he got out of high school, he didn't know what to do. So he went hitchhiking throughout the United States, just because. So he calls mom, be like, "Oh, I'm in Arkansas today. I'm here. And he was just. That's how he said he found himself. He just traveled around hitchhiking through 50 states just because. And he would just do that. Brandon was a really unique person. He was really one of a kind. He approached the world in such a different way. He wasn't like his father. He was very different from Bruce. He looked at the world completely different. And that's what I was going to tell you, too. He did this interview where they were basically talking about, Betty Ting Pei, being at Bruce being at her apartment.
Yeah.
And they were trying to get into that and possibly like how his mom kind of felt. And Brandon was just like, listen, I got these reporters. My dad just died. And all they wanted to talk about is my dad was having an affair. He was like, it was really messed up. You guys really put my mom in a bad light. And she kind of kept going into things on the interview, and he starts speaking Cantonese. And he says, and she said, well, what does that mean? And he said, well, he said it was something nice, but come to find out,
when I had some Alex Richter, who's known as the Kung Fu Genius, who's a Wing Chun practitioner, very very good. He's very well versed in Cantonese. He said, guys, he didn't say something nice. He said, "Blank your mother" in Cantonese is what he said, and to her. So Brandon was very he was very different when it came to things, but good dude. Everyone loved Brandon. Lou Diamond Phillips was really close to him. Brad Pitt was.
Hey,
Um,
I got something for you. Ira
yeah,
Hayden. You know who Ira Hayden was?
yeah.
Okay, Ira Hayden was Will in Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Warriors. He's the kid in a wheelchair with glasses.
Mhm.
I interviewed Ira Hayden. Ira talked about Brandon in that interview for like 15 minutes. Apparently they
Really?
apparently him, Ira, and Lou Diamond Phillips were very close.
That's pretty cool.
That's funny that you brought up Lou Diamond Phillips because that immediately reminded me of what Ira said to me. When I heard that Ira said he was very close with Brandon, it surprised me because Brandon was like, let's be honest, dude. Brandon was a handsome guy. He was a martial artist, athletic, funny, charming, good dude.
Yeah.
Ira was the D&D kid from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. That's
Yeah.
oil and water, bro. So Ira tells a funny story in the interview about Brandon. He said that Brandon was dating his fiance, or it was the lady he was gonna marry.
Liza Hutton.
It
Hmm.
was Liza Hutton, and Ira gets a call from Brandon, and Ira was I don't know what Ira was doing. Ira might not have been, he might have just been at home. Brandon's like, hey man, I need a favor. I need you to pick up flowers, wine, blah blah blah. Please bring it over to my house. And Ira did it, no questions asked, sight unseen, and helped spark that romance. So I just think I mean that's how close they were. That's the reason he told that story. But
Yeah. Brandon had an impact on a lot of people. Ernie Hudson said that. Dolph Lundgren, Powers Booth. They've all talked about just being around Brandon and how he was really, really unique. And there was they said he was, very haunted in a lot of ways too. Did you ever see the last interview he did on the set of The Crow?
um
It's on YouTube.
well I probably have. I probably
Mhm.
have. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, he talks about we think of life as a well,
There you
like an
go.
ink well that never goes dry.
There you
We
go.
just keep doing these things and we just think it's just going to keep going. And when he said but it can dry up, and it's so eerie. It was like he was almost like giving a message about life and about where his mind was at that time. And again, I think I shared on the show maybe the last time or the time before that Brandon died on my birthday. He died on March 31st.
Um
93. Yeah.
that's and yeah, because we talked about like how when you found out back in the day it was from a newspaper from a police scanner because there was no
Yeah.
internet. Um I do remember that interview, and I remember exactly what he said. He said, "How many more sunsets do you have? How
Yes.
many more breakfasts do you have?
That's right.
How many?"
Maybe
And
two, maybe three.
I
Yeah.
did watch it, and I did see it, and it is profound. Do you want to hear something that I kind of think of? Like, here's a perfect example, Drew,
Yeah. Of course we want to
and
hear it.
it's exactly like Brandon Lee. So I saw my dad tonight. He's 69 years old. Okay, I see my dad probably, if I'm lucky, once every 2 months. Okay, let's say my dad lives to be his dad lived to be like 75. If my dad lives to be 75, I see my dad twice a month, twice or once every 2 months. That's 6 times a year. 6 times 6. I have 36 more times to see my dad in my life.
Mm.
36. And I'm just being real. That's a real stat.
Yeah. No, you're not
30
wrong.
Drew, 36 more times, dude. How many times, you know, you just have to appreciate everything and you have to like everything is so tenuous. You know,
It
you
is.
think everything is tenuous, and you think you have so much time. When my grandfather Ralph died, he died at 86 years old. My brother came down to visit my grandfather, and he tells this story. He never forgot it. Grandpa would always go to bed by 10 o'clock, and he'd wake up every day at 7. Okay? It's just what he did forever. He would never, ever do anything past 10 o'clock, Drew. My brother came down to stay with my grandpa maybe 6 months, 4 or 5 months before my grandpa died. My grandpa didn't get sick until like the last 2 months of his life. Okay. So grandpa got really sick, couldn't walk really the last 2 months. He started going downhill, got pneumonia, lung collapsed twice. That was the end of Ralph Combs. But like 4 to 5 months before grandpa died, he started talking to my brother late at night, like till 2 o'clock in the morning. My grandpa never did this. And he said, Aaron, life goes so fast. He's all, I literally look at my life like it's a video or a camera.
Mm.
Like I can see every part of my life as a snapshot, and it went by so fast. And this is coming from a man who was 86 years old.
Mm.
If I live another 44 years, I'll be 86. I mean, what's the odds of that? I don't know. I know the genetics on that side of the family's good, but is it that good? I don't know. Will I be lucky enough? Like, I'm 42 years old. Will I live to be 84? I don't know, man. God willing. Um, but it's just so funny to hear him say that. He's like, yeah, it's just like he could watch his. Said he watched his life like a movie. He could see it all,
Mm.
and it's just so prophetic, man. Like you gotta. In my garage on my weight bench, you probably didn't see it, but I have the "Do not go gently into that good night" quote on a canvas
Mm.
because I feel like God put us here for a reason,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
you better you better wring every ounce out of it.
For sure.
Life is a gift, dude.
No, that's true. And you don't know, how things will turn out. As I buried friends in 2020, 25, before it ended, and we were all the same age. They didn't even make it to 50, and it's kind of a trip. But you don't know how much time people have. You don't know what may go on. So live your life correctly the best you can. Uh, Honor God the best you can,
Yeah,
because you really don't know. Because I mean, death can get old, young, mid age, doesn't matter, And that's the other thing you have to think about, And it's just a tough situation sometimes, but sometimes we don't, especially when we're younger, we don't think about those things in that way,
yeah,
you know. As you get older, you start thinking about your mortality,
yeah.
and that's the thing. I mean, I lost a high school graduation young lady I went to high school with. She got killed right before graduation. She got in a hit and run drunk driving thing. Sarah Rojas, she got, yeah, and
Did
so
she? Did she? Was she the one driving, or did she get hit?
she got hit,
Okay.
and but I think she was on some stuff too. But I
Yeah,
remember another girl, Kristen, she was with her in the car, and she walked out to graduation, and because she was in shock, so she thought she was fine. She ended up passing out on the field, when we were walking out to graduation. They had to get her, and that was my graduation.
dude. So today was August 10th. It was my brother's birthday, But you know what else is August 10th? Drew?
Was that?
August 10th was my friend Anthony Delpreet passed away in Herndon, Virginia, in 2013. He
Mhm.
drowned to death on August 10th, and he was like, I think they were floating down the river or something, and at that time, Herndon, Virginia, like I think it was the Delaware River. I don't quote me. It was I think it was the Delaware River. So he's on this river and they floated all day long and he was getting ready to get out, Drew. So he's like 5 feet from the edge, to come back in for the day. And I'm almost positive, they had to have been drinking, guaranteed. If I know Anthony, he drank all the time. He slipped off his tube, and then when he went under, he never came back up, dude. He went
Oh.
under immediately, Drew. It just sucked him under. And they found him. Now, this is where it gets a little weird, dude. So he dies on my brother's birthday. They found him on September 1st, my birthday.
Mm.
So they found his body 3 weeks later, and I got a call from my friend. I was at work, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not messing with you. Anthony died. I don't really know how. I don't know why. I just want you to know that he died." And I'm at work, man. I'm bartending. I have to close the bar, and that's what I was handed to me in my lap, dude.
Mm.
And then, yeah, I mean that was terrible, dude. But I had deaths every 3 years. I had a new death. I had 2006 was Grandpa, 2009 was Mom, 2013 was Anthony. It seemed like every 3 to 4 years I'd lose somebody else, dude. And then 2003 was my grandma Helen, who was the lady who let me when I walked out of that house when my mom, gave all my toys away like freshman year. She's like, I was absolutely losing my shit in the kitchen. I was crying. I couldn't understand what was going on in my family life, and my grandma, like, I said, why doesn't my mom love me? And my grandma hugged me and she's all, I'll be your mom. So Grandma Helen was like, I'll be your mother. I like, I don't know. I never forgot that, Drew. Like for her to do
Mm.
that when she was like 70 years old with polio, and like when she was a girl, she had an axe go through her foot. She couldn't walk. She was all jacked up. When I was in high school, when I was still living there, dude, like around that time, she couldn't really get up to go to the bathroom. Um, they would call me if I was hanging, like, say if me and you were hanging out in high school, Drew, they would call me and be like, hey, your grandma needs to go to the bathroom. So I'd have to come home and pick her up and bring her to the bathroom because I wanted to keep
Mm.
my grandma at the house as long as possible. So I would do that, because I
Yeah.
had that like sense of deep honor for her, because of what she did for me.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have turned out half as well as I did if it wasn't for my grandparents, dude. They stepped up and they didn't have to. And yeah, I don't know, man. Um, yeah, just anyway, the point of that is, life is precious. You don't know when it's going to be your day, because Anthony literally was telling me, Drew, like I was talking to Anthony probably like 4 days before he died.
Mm.
We used to play in Little League baseball together, and we got second place in 6th grade. His dad was the coach. We were the Rangers. We lost to the Rockies. So we were what, like Luke's age, 9, 10, 11.
Mm.
And the last time I talked to Anthony, I was like 30, and Anthony was still bringing up the Rockies. And
Mm.
he was talking to me about 6th grade baseball. He's all just out of nowhere. He's like, motherfucking Rockies. And then he told me, he's like, yeah, man, I'm heading back out to Oregon, because he worked for BLM, which is the Bureau of Land Management. Are you familiar with
Okay.
that, Drew?
Sounds familiar.
He worked for the BLM, and he moved out to Virginia or whatever. And then he was coming back to Oregon for a wedding. He said, hey man, we'll hook up, we'll hang out. Um, and then I got the news like 3 or 4 days later he was dead. But I was supposed to see him like maybe the next week, something like
Mm.
that. Really odd timing. Really, really odd timing, because we hadn't talked for a little while. And when I first got sober, I remember Anthony being like, hey man, you got sober. And he honestly asked me, he's like, Drew, how do you do that? He had no
Mm.
idea how to do that. No clue.
Yeah.
Pretty heavy shit, huh?
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
That's okay. I'm sorry to hear about your classmates, man.
Yeah. I told you that my classmate brought uh
Can I say it? I don't know.
You can say whatever
Nose,
you want, dude.
nose candy.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
She?
he showed up
He?
to the high school reunion last year, and I asked my buddy Jared about it, and I said, "Well, how'd it go?" He said, "Well, most of us are dead, so they had a table with a bunch of us that died. Not too many people came out." He said, "But Chubb showed up with yeah, the powder man, and he was
Yayo?
hitting it, and he was trying to." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, people just don't stop." I was like, "He's still doing this silly stuff."
Yeah. A little too
Walking
old
around
for
with
that.
sunglasses on, and I was just like, oh man, yeah, it wasn't good. A lot of people went off and did all sorts of things. Like one guy I was really close to in high school for at least the first 2, 3 years. Senior year, we were still cool, of course, but like I saw him within right with that year we first got out of high school. I hadn't seen him since. And I was asking about him. I was like, "Where is he at? Where is he at?" And everybody's like, he made some dicey choices, and nobody really knows where he's at now." And I'm just like, "Dang, dude." So I was hoping to look for him, but nobody knows exactly where he's at.
So
And here's the
he's
thing, Alex. Would I want to see him? You see what I'm saying? Like, if I see him, he might be like way messed up, like
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's funny
so.
how it's funny how you like okay, here's a perfect example, dude. We're at the
Yeah,
age, where like um I'm 42, you're 42. And we're at the age where if you see someone who's 42, you can tell real quick what life decisions they made just by looking at them.
yeah,
Because
that's
if they're
true.
42, if they're 42, they're either going to look 40, 38, 42, or they're going to look 55.
Yeah,
Like there's no in between, dude. There's no like you either look like you're 42 or maybe a little younger, or you look like you're 60 years old, dude. Like you look like an old baseball mitt that someone's been like swat, 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 just beating the freaking hell out of, oiling and leathering and hanging up on your bedpost. Like, yeah.
dude, that's
Um,
that's the thing about it.
Drew, do you got anything you want to talk about before we wrap it up?
Oh, I had something I was gonna say. What was it?
Are you all going to see Legend of the White Dragon on August 28th? Yeah, absolutely. I probably not August 28th. I think I'm going August 29th. I don't think I'm going Friday. I think I'm going Saturday. But I will definitely be there representing for JDF. There's no doubt about that. Aaron Shonky can kick rocks. I hope that whatever money they make, they pay back all the investors and they actually release the DVD copies they were supposed to give to the backers. Some Karen Ashley stuff, dude.
Oh boy.
Well, Drew, how is that illegal? How can you do a GoFundMe and raise all that money and promise rewards but not pay it? How does that work? How the hell does that work? How do you not get sued?
Okay, so you could take it to small claims, but if you go to small claims, if you know how small claims works, usually most people don't get paid that much, or it doesn't really go down the way people think that it does, which means
Okay,
not much comes out of it. Um, in order for that to work, they would have to really kick that up to a full blown trial, you know, and then look at the proof and then kind of look at what had taken place in order for it to kind of come together.
it's just I just don't like. I don't see how he could ever do another crowd fund and people take it seriously. I just don't
Yeah,
understand how. I don't understand because if you don't keep your word, man, people are just going to be like, "Why are we dealing with you?"
that's true.
I
Very
don't know,
true.
man. I don't know. Are you're
Lot of
going to? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
lot of promises, a lot of business, a lot of things, happen, in that time frame. Um, and it's just kind of a weird situation. But I hope one day we get the whole story of what it kind of went down, so that we can understand that and then not allow it to affect our lives and do it. That's really the
I
big
don't
thing about the
I don't
situation.
like it doesn't affect my life one way or the other. I just like don't like that it came across so greasy that he was parading like, oh, I was super close with JDF and we were best friends and this and that. And he when everything was it was almost like he would use JDF's name as like a force field for like why he was taking so long or things weren't going the way it was supposed to, and he would never really answer the questions honest. I don't know, man. I everything seemed like a work. I was getting a very Vince McMahon, Shawn Michaels vibe. Very slimy.
I don't blame you. There's a lot to this story, and there's so much that happened. But it's a little bizarre. How everything kind of came together. It's a little weird. So you're
All
not
right,
wrong.
Drew. Drew, what do you got for me? You're tapping out. I can see it.
I'm not tapping. I'm still here.
What do we got, bro?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I had something. I forgot what it was.
Dude, our live chat hangout turned into 3 hours, man.
That's okay.
That's Titanic. If we wanted to rent this live stream back in the old days, we'd have to get 3 tapes.
That is true.
I wouldn't be able to afford it, man. Not back then. If I wanted to rent 3 tapes, I'd have to do 2 separate nights.
Oh man.
Sean says he's going to be 42 in September. How old do you look? Sean, I'm 42. You look 42, bro. Drew looks 36, 35. Drew's about 35, 36.
Cool. And I'm 43, so not bad.
Oh, Drew's a year. Okay, Drew's 43 and looks
Yeah.
36. Sean's going to be 42. Sean looks 41. I'm 42. I bet you I look 42. That's for sure. My beard is white as hell, which is
We could
crazy,
fix
man.
that.
It's almost like it happened overnight, dude.
We could fix that so you don't have the Santa Claus effect. We could fix the
I don't
beard. Get you.
I don't No, I'm not going to dye my beard, dude. I'm like no dyeing the beard, no anything, no surgery, nothing like that, dude. I'm good.
No touch of gray in your hair.
Um my hair is a buzz cut, dude.
No touch of gray in your buzz cut.
I'm not on. Oh, hey, when you were talking about, we were talking about death, and you never know when you're gonna die. You know how we were talking about Bogus Journey earlier? I
Yes.
wanted to be, I want to be like, you might be a king or a kind street sweeper, but sooner or later you're gonna dance with the Reaper.
Get down with your bad self. That part.
Is he the like, you know how you watch movies and stuff, and like Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey? It's like, I'm being honest with you right now. Like, he made that whole movie for me. Death.
Oh yeah, yeah. I thought he was fantastic. You sank my battleship. Yeah.
He's all, you can choose any game you want to play with me, and like he's making them go 2 out of 3, best of 7. It's just so funny, man. They're playing Battleship, they're playing, I can't remember all the games they're playing. What about when Bill and Ted were falling to hell and they're like,
Mhm.
ah,
And they
and they're like,
pause and they
they're
scream
like,
again.
how big is this hole, man?
It was a trip, and I did like part three too. I thought part three was pretty well put together.
You know what's crazy about that is I started to watch part 3 when it was came to streaming, and I feel bad about it, but I tapped out after like 40 minutes. I never watched all of Bill and Ted Face the Music.
You should finish it.
Okay, I didn't finish it, dude.
Yeah,
Um,
because you're like right when they do the wedding, which that was great. Missy married somebody else in the family. Remember, she was with Ted. She was with Bill's dad. Then she got with Ted's dad. Now she's with Ted's little brother who's grown
he's
up.
all remember when he's like, remember when I asked your mom to prom?
Yeah, shut up, Ted. Yeah, like, and they have the same actress player, and I thought that that was great. I just know in Bogus Journey they had sons, not daughters, and I don't know. They decided to make them daughters instead, I guess. And that's kind of like okay, I guess. But to see that they hadn't saved the world yet, and to see them older, and then try to figure all that out was pretty neat. Um, I thought they did a really good job putting it all together. So you have to watch the rest of it to see how they put everything together, because they do a really good job with it, and how they bridge it all together turns out really well. They've got the same actor that played Ted's dad is still around, which was fantastic, and he's still just as salty and bitter as always.
Yeah, he looked like didn't he play Abe Lincoln in Happy Gilmore? That
I
same
think he
guy?
did.
Maybe, but I know for a fact, like when he's in the police station, he's like, "Oh, crawlers, or savory crawlers." He says savory, the fat guy.
Yeah.
That
Is
is
that
that
where
is
they took
pretty.
the
And they
body over?
yeah, they
Yeah.
take the body over. That's hilarious, dude.
Like,
Um,
"Ooh."
no,
Yeah,
that's
it's
hilarious.
seeing them come back together, was really cool. You know who else is in the movie, right? Do you know who's like character wise?
No, tell him is death.
He is. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. And it's still William Sadler, and it's him. So they interact with him, and that's really cool. When you get to see that. So it's neat, man. You get all that connection, and you kind of get to see how the daughters fit in and where they help. And it's kind of neat the way they help out, which means 40 minutes, you saw the counseling scene, right?
Yeah, that was to start the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. That was crazy. I was like, what?
Yeah, I did see that movie. I saw the start of that movie.
I
Hey,
said,
have
"Oh."
you have you ever seen the movie River's Edge with Keanu Reeves?
Yes.
That movie's crazy.
Yeah. That's the one with Crispin Glover, right?
Crispin Glover and like their friend kills his girlfriend, leaves her by the river's edge, and then like just goes back into town, starts drinking or whatever, and then like tells everybody that he did that. Nobody believes him, and then they see that he actually did it. That's a crazy movie. I think it's based loosely on a true story.
Yeah. Because didn't somebody have a mannequin something?
I think somebody, I don't know exactly what happened, but I think it was very close to what we saw on screen.
Yeah. It was really weird movie.
It was a weird movie. I've seen it like two or three times on Tubi. Crispin Glover is he's such an underrated actor. He's really weird, but
Yes.
he's very dynamic and he has great charisma and a good screen presence. Um, he's a weird guy, but he is very talented.
He is, and I wish that they had worked it out with him for Back to the Future, to kind of, involve him and work out the details with them of his fallout.
And not put him in the Oakhurst or Oak Pine or whatever cemetery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's
I was,
where the hell is my father? George McFly. Your father's in the same place he's been for the last 10 years. Pinehurst Cemetery. Oh, my father.
did I tell you like, the, when they first cut through time in the first film, the Twin Pines Mall, that's the La Puente Mall in LA
It's not
area.
open. Not open anymore.
No, but my sister lived near there, and when we would go to the movies, we would go to that mall, and we would park right next to Sears and everything, like just like you see in the movie. And I was like, so I always went there all the time, But yeah, I heard they had taken it down, you know.
whatever they choose to do with it, turn into a swap meet. I don't know. They keep, they change things a lot back home in SoCal. People ask me about that all the time in SoCal, like, oh, these movies. It's like, yes, they taped a whole lot of movies in SoCal. I said a whole bunch of them.
There's Back to the Future. Okay, so Back to the Future. Um, the tree where George is peeping. He's a peeping Tom. The
Mhm.
house for Lorraine Bates, I guess, is on the same street as the house for Nightmare on Elm Street. It's like on the same block. The Teen Wolf house where Scott
Yeah,
lives is on the same
yeah,
block.
that's
Um,
all in LA.
there's literally like 20 movies that
Yeah,
are in that
Ferris
same
Bueller,
exact area.
Ferris Bueller house. Like
There's
what?
oh
But that house was an actual house. They just borrowed it from the people and paid them to use it. So it was the actual place that people already owned. That they
um
lived in.
they did the same thing with the did you watch Breaking Bad at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Breaking Bad house, Walter White's house, was like a real house. And did you hear what was going on with that house lately?
No, what happened with the house?
Like huge fans of that movie go around that neighborhood and they'll throw pizzas on that roof
Oh man, I'm sure
because
they're thrilled about that.
there's an episode where Walter throws a pizza on top of the roof, but people were throwing pizzas on the roof, and I guess one of the ladies who owned the house after or owned it during it, I think she sold it since, was just like really pissed off about everything that was going on. If anybody even drove close to the house, she'd come out and like start a confrontation about it. Um, just really interesting. It's like such a double-edged sword. If you like the Goonies house, I've been to the Goonies house. It's
Mhm.
it's it's owned by a family now that like they love the Goonies, so they've restored it to look exactly like the movie Goonies house. And they actually will let people come up and take photos and stuff. But the previous owners did not allow anyone to even come close to the house.
Oh
Um,
wow.
it's just what I was going to say though is just like such a double edged sword with like if you own a piece of like movie, actual movie house or a building or something like that, people are going to want to go see that. So it's
Yeah,
like you're buying this piece of property, you have to know what you're getting into.
for sure.
So I don't, what do you think about that? Would you ever buy a house that was like a on screen used property or
Yeah, I probably would, and I wouldn't have a problem with people coming up and doing. That's a given. It's kind of like what's his name from Office Space? The one guy that was in the show that's always sneaking food with the mustache. Uh, he did an
wait?
interview. I can't think of the guy's name.
He's a bigger guy, right? He's in
Yeah, yeah,
dodgeball.
yeah. And he was like, it is like, well, how do you deal with fans and fame? He said, I just do. He's like, I asked to be famous. I expect people to ask for autographs, come over, want to take a picture, come over, want to talk to me. I'm all cool with it because I asked for it. He said, a lot of people get all weird about it, but you asked for this. That comes along with it is the fame. And he's like, and it's all good
Mm.
with me. It's kind of
Um,
the thing.
well, it's part of the deal, man. I was gonna say, oh hey, wait. My Own Private Idaho is another weird Keanu Reeves movie. Charge people for pics and sale merch. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you got the Goonies house and you have that many people coming up there, you should definitely have merch available. That's actually a really good idea. Charge people to take photos on your deck too. That's a good idea too. That is actually really smart. That's a
Pretty
really
cool.
good idea. Um, the only problem with that is security, probably because you would want people to like you wouldn't want to get the wrong type of person on your private property. That could get kind of hairy, maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, and then as far as like My Own Private Idaho, have you seen that movie, Drew?
No, I have not seen it, but I am familiar with the song B50 the B52s did.
Yeah, I
Called My Own
haven't.
Private Eye.
I have not seen that movie either. River Phoenix was in it. Keanu Reeves was in it, and apparently it's in Portland, Oregon, and they're playing like they're two sex workers in Portland, but they do stuff for men, I guess. And um, what else? I think River Phoenix really got into drugs around that time period, which was really unfortunate.
Hmm.
And I think River Phoenix's death was probably one of the, like, if it wasn't on the same level as Brandon Lee, it was pretty close. But the difference between those two is River Phoenix's was self inflicted.
Yeah.
Um, he brought all that on himself. I think he had a lot of demons because the Phoenix family grew up in a cult. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know they grew up in a cult.
Yeah, they were in a cult. They were in they were like in some sort of sex cult where like the person who was running it, it was basically like free love, like even free love with minors or something. I don't know. River never really got too far into it, but they escaped. The whole family escaped once things got really weird, I guess. But I think River was carrying a lot of stuff, and I think his drug use was probably a direct reflection of that childhood. And the reason their last name is Phoenix is because that wasn't their actual last name. They changed it because they rose like a phoenix from that situation. So yeah,
Wow.
his death was crazy, man. Stand by Me, probably the most, like, probably the star of that movie. Would you say he's probably the star of Stand by Me?
Um, him or Will Wheaton?
Yeah, or it's him or Will. Um, I would say that even at that young of an age, you could see the charisma just like pop off screen, man.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah.
had
It was.
whatever that is, Drew. That
Mhm.
charisma stuff, he had it in spades, dude. That guy was legit. He died out front of the Viper Room,
Viper Room.
Johnny Depp's club. Apparently, he had a really bad day shooting his last film, Dark Water. He was supposed to have a kiss with this girl he was acting with. She was like not wanting to kiss him. She was like saying she was grossed out by him on set. So she was really rude to him throughout the filming process. So he was like dealing with that. They didn't like each other. He got together with his family, and I think the girl he was dating for real after filming. They went to the Viper Room. Flea. Did you know that Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers and him were really tight?
No, I didn't know they were tied.
They were tight, and they used to play music together all the time. And like, because River Phoenix was like a legit musician. Did you know that?
I didn't know that he played.
He was a musician, and apparently he was supposed to have stage time. He was supposed to be on stage that night. He
Mhm.
got cut from performing. Flea told him, and apparently he was so upset from filming and then from getting cut, he went into the bathroom, scored some stuff, took it, and it was way too pure, and that was the end of River Phoenix. Like, because I don't know if you guys know this, but like if you take some opioids, like if you take certain types, if it's not cut or if it's too pure, it's like the same thing that happened to Janis Joplin. Your heart can't take it, and you like just immediately overdose.
Ooh.
So that's what happened to our boy River, man. It's too bad, you know. Could have been
Yeah.
his brother Joaquin is great. Won the Academy Award for Joker.
Yeah, that's
Um,
true.
just really good in Gladiator, like just a dirt bag in Gladiator. Um, yeah, Joker 2, one of the worst movies ever made. Did you watch Joker 2?
I did not see Joker 2. I saw the first one.
Yeah, I
Um,
saw the first one in theater. The second one, Folly a Duel or something like that.
I
It was
heard
a
it wasn't as great.
they made it was a musical. They turned it into a musical. When
How was that work?
the first movie was a gritty origins thriller, and the
Yeah.
second movie they turned it into a musical. Who the hell was in charge of that?
Who knows, man? Sometimes, like, It's the Alien 3 thing, like the wrong people get a hold of it and they do whatever they do to it. It's a tough situation.
All right, Drew, you got anything else for me, bro? Before you go night night?
No, I felt like I had something I was gonna run by you. Oh, you need to look at the new Von Erich documentary. If you haven't seen it, it's on the biography and it's a two-part. But this time, you have Kevin, you have both Carrie's daughters, you have most of the family there this time,
Okay.
and they start breaking down a lot of stuff, like about what went down, in a really neat way. So I
Do you
highly recommend that.
do you think that Fritz was like too hard on the boys?
Yeah, but what this documentary leads to, they point a lot at mom, big time. They said
Okay.
dad did some things, but he was more trying to steer away from it. But mom kind of really went at things kind of hard. And so I would say if Fritz allowed the boys to just live life a little differently and encouraged them in that way, I think things could have been different for them. But they wrestled. They had to get all of them in wrestling. They made a ton of money at the Sportatorium. Let's just be honest. They made a ton of it. They made a ton of money when they went to Israel. You know, so it's one of those things where it's almost like a Joe Jackson effect, right? Michael's father. All
Mm-hmm.
right, so it's kind of like you force your kids into this type of, like, which is what Joe did, and it's like, yeah, you don't want to do that to your kid. And that's really where I stand. I was like, yeah, okay, listen, you want to do that, I guess, but don't put your kids in the middle of it, because that's just going to go bad for you, and terrible for them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not good.
Carrie Carrie had like all the ability to be one of the biggest wrestlers in the world. I don't know if he like had the mic skills really to do that. Maybe, but
Mhm.
he just like had such a problem with like substance abuse, man. Do you think that is because of his brothers passing away?
Okay, so a part of it was that, but a part of it was just he kind of partied and got around it, and kind of had a taste for drugs from there. And then I think once the things happened with his brothers, that just added on to it. But it existed there because people talked about one time he sliced himself open with a razor cut knife because he was trying to cut something off the stroller. And Rebecca's never that it was kind of one of those things where he was trying to cope with it in a really weird way because Bret Hart had said he saw him before the suicide happened. Oops, sorry, the deletion happened,
Yeah.
and he said one of the things that he had said was like, "My brothers keep calling me. My brothers keep calling me," and Bret was telling him, he's like, "You got to be there for your kids. They need you. Don't pay attention to that." And then he ended up walking out because he was already fired, but the real thing about it was he had gotten in trouble with the law. He was on probation and he had violated probation a lot. So he knew that there's a good shot they were going to take him into custody and he could not let that land over the family name, right?
Okay.
So he decided to go out because he didn't want to tarnish the family name or tarnish his daughters any more than what he had. There's a lot to do with that. And so Kerry made some bad decision calls. All right, but he had to figure out how to rectify and make it right. And not taking himself out was not the best thing for him to do. Um, he just had to kind of face what was ahead of himself with that type of situation, because you did do something. So if it's against the law, that you know what I mean, there's a chance they're going to come get you, you know, and you have to accept the fact that that's just going to happen, And Kerry just he lived hard. People talked about he would be like, "Oh my gosh, like there's a spider on me or a bug and there'd be nothing there because he was just hallucinating so deep from the drugs.
Hmm.
Those boys went through a lot. You take David, you take Carrie, you take Mike, you take Chris, you know, they all went through their thing and they were all trying to be dad in a way. And then the boys were trying to be like Carrie, Kevin, and David, because you had Chris and you had Mike that were younger that were not up to the standard of David or Kevin, or Carrie.
Hmm.
That. Like you've seen Mike, like a buck 05,
Yeah.
Chris is small, he had a lot of health issues, and the part that sucked was Lance Von Erich, the cousin. They said, "Oh, he's the cousin," and then when they found out he wasn't really a cousin, people were like, "Boo!" And then I guess Fritz wasn't too thrilled about that. But Fritz came from being Fritz Von Erich with Waldo Von Erich. They weren't related. They were a tag team, but they said they were brothers. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? And it was kind of weird. So that's what happened with Lance. He got removed because of that because people said not a real Von Erich. And I saw an interview with Lance Von Erich, and I was just like, man, he went through a lot, But was there something that really could have turned that family around? Yeah, I think if both parents allowed their kids to do what they want to do, because Carrie, it was proven. People talked to Carrie. They said, "Did you want to be a professional wrestler?" He said, "No." He said, "I wanted to throw discus at the Olympics, but they boycotted the Olympics that year." He's like, "But that's really what I want to do is to do discus throwing for the Olympics, and I enjoyed that. I didn't want to be a wrestler." Well, how'd you get into it? Well, it's kind of one of those things, which means he got pushed into it, to do it. And Fritz was like, "You got to be there. You got to be on time. You got to do this. You got to represent the family, right?" I think it just drove him crazy because he just put that much pressure on them all the time. And you can't do that with your kids. You can't pressure them that way. You've got to kind of let them grow, obviously, reel some things back as you need to, but you also have to kind of let them live. And the Von Erich boys, there was just no way, no chance. Everything was about the sportatorium, booking shows, wrestling, doing it, and none of it was just let us live life. So yeah, it's gonna take the toll on the kids big time for sure.
Um, the Jacksons were pretty similar as far
Yeah.
as like a stage dad. And Johnny said in the chat, he's like, it's effective though for parents to do that. I guess so many actors and athletes are the byproducts of those types of parents. Yeah, I think it is effective, but at the same time, it's not effective because I don't know if you guys remember the quarterback for I think it was the Oakland Raiders or maybe the Los Angeles Raiders at the time. They called him the Robo quarterback. Do you remember him at all? He
Robo
was like,
quarterback.
yeah, he was like drafted. I can't remember his name anymore. He was drafted in like 1990, maybe 1989. He was a white guy with red hair. He claimed he had never had McDonald's in his life. He was a super clean eater. His dad made him work out like twice a day. All he did was play quarterback his entire life. And he ended up just going, he got drafted. He ended up being, yeah, Todd Marinovich. There you go. Todd Marinovich.
Hmm.
Um, they called him Roboco. Drew, his dad micromanaged everything for his entire life. By the time he had his like first really good game for the Raiders when he was a rookie, that was
Hmm.
it. Todd Marinovich in his mind had made it, and he just went crazy. He started like doing drugs, drinking, partying, like arrest after arrest after arrest. Started eating McDonald's probably because he hadn't had McDonald's his whole life. Um, but that sometimes when you're that hands on with something, it's not good. Like it can go back. It can backfire real quickly, dude.
That's the thing about it, Alex. A lot of these parents put their kids in this position because if the kids had decided, they're at 9 times out of 10, almost a 10, the kids don't really want to do it. You know, they would
Yeah.
much rather play with their toys, do other things. And parents are like, "Come on now," because they really want the money. Not so much to put a trust fund for their kids so they can get the money. and that's what it gets down to. A lot of it, with the Von Erichs, the sportatorium, keeping it going, being a rival against Vince, beating it sometimes. That was kind of the big deal. So they wanted to make sure that kind of kept going. But in it, I mean, he lost about all his sons. Was it worth it? You know?
Probably not, but I know that I know that when they interviewed Fritz way later on in life, I don't know how remorseful he was for what happened. Like he seemed like he was angry. Like he didn't seem like a grieving father, I guess. If that's
Yeah,
he seemed
yeah,
from what I've seen from Kevin said that his dad was just a complete asshole. Like at the end there, like he was just super jaded and angry and just but not like how you would expect someone who had lost like five kids.
yeah, yeah.
I
That's
mean,
that's the truth.
do you believe in okay, here this is an interesting question. Like
Okay.
Bruce Lee, Brandon Lee, the Von
Mhm.
Erichs, JDF and his brother. Like, do you believe in family curses?
Mm, I don't believe in family curses. Um, I think sometimes in life things can be weird. As the best thing I could say. There's stuff that we just experience and that happen. Unfortunate life from decisions sometimes that people make. Yeah, that's what I would kind of compare that to. I'm like, all right, so we got this, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, how's your spiritual walk? Well, okay, well, as opposed to somebody that's grounded, there's going to be a big difference. So today's day and age, a lot of people are getting caught up in a lot of things, and we have to kind of see ultimately where that goes, because yeah, it's a big situation. It's my 2 cents on that one, buddy.
I think family curses are. I think. I think it probably works better for Hollywood than in real life. But I will say this: I will say that in the Bible it says that parents pass down things to their children, and I think you can pass down genetically height, weight, personality, any of that kind of stuff. But I think they also pass down their genes for like alcoholism, propensity for addiction. They
Mhm.
can pass down mental illness. They can pass down genetic situations with their hands, their feet. My dad has a thing with his hand where his pinky gets pulled or his ring
Mhm.
finger gets pulled to the middle of his hand. It's like I don't know what the name of it is, but I actually have a hand surgery lined up because I have the exact same thing right
Oh,
here.
wow.
My see that? See my pinky?
Mhm.
I can't straighten it out, dude. See how it's like that, guys? You can see the line in my palm. My tendons are tightening and literally pulling my finger down towards the middle of my hand, and it's genetic. But I think the choices
Mhm.
that your parents, it's biblical, Drew. I think the choices that your parents make or their parents make get passed down to further generations, man. That's why you got to break the cycle. Dude, I can only imagine, Drew. I can only imagine like what Luke's gonna be like as a dad, like how good he's gonna be with how good you've been. Like you're passing down like generational, like not curses, blessings.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Yeah, that's what
That's
I try
dope.
to do.
That's dope, man. That's so
It's
cool.
really cool seeing my son's done really well, with everything that's happened, and I
Yeah,
couldn't ask for a greater kid than that. And he's very easy and very simple to work with. So I'm really blessed with that, and I pray that I get to grow with him, see him get older, graduate, do his thing, see who he marries and their grandchildren if that comes in play, you know. So
yeah,
yeah, I am really thank you. I'm really, really proud of that. The
yeah. I
things that
think Drew, my brother and I were actually talking about you tonight, man.
Oh really? Okay.
We were talking about you. I think he was really impressed with you. I think that, because my brother Aaron he's seen a lot of people who I've had in my life in the past. He's seen a lot of people who I've had in my life now. And it's
Mhm.
like, he's like, Drew is like a really good influence. He's like, I think that God put him in your life for a reason. My brother said that today at his birthday party. And he said,
Wow.
yeah. And my brother, I think God moves in really interesting ways because I think that like he's trying to talk to me lately. I
Mhm.
think that I think that he's trying to. I kind of always felt like when I was younger, I always had like I don't know what. I always kind of thought that my personality was. I was always able to talk to anybody, and
Mhm.
I was always able to kind of go into a room and be comfortable.
Mhm.
And I think that maybe I'm being set up for something, and I feel like I had been fighting it for a really long time,
Mm.
and I feel like potentially, I think maybe with what's been going on with my anxiety and my issues and everything was the one thing God could use to be like, okay, are you ready? You need some
Mhm.
help. You need some help because my whole life, I was just like, no, I'm going to do things my way. I got this. I'm fine. Everything's good. Dumb mistake after dumb mistake. Jaeger bomb after Jaeger bomb. Girl after girl. Just tons of stupid shit.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying that there's some interesting stuff going on, and I think that you're part of it. You
Well,
know,
thanks, man.
yeah. And my brother doesn't usually say stuff like that, so for him to be like, "Yeah, I think Drew, think you guys are becoming pretty close for," I don't know, man. I don't know. Take it for what it's worth. So
No, I
my brother
believe.
signed off. Yeah,
I believe in what your brother's saying. I think that God has reasons why people interact the way that they do. And you and I have always had that super cool connection, you know?
yeah.
And I think that it's really meant to grow very much like me and Strife and other people to really, really grow and to help each other and then support each other and be that connection and that growth. I think that that's really key and important. And in it, there comes all sorts of blessings and
Hmm.
things that happen that are good, moving forward to get. So yeah, you're 100, not just 100, you're 110% right about that. You
Yeah.
know, look at
I j-
everything I've jumped through, and to be here, you know.
I was gonna say, like, for what you're dealing with, like, physically, it's like inspiring for me. Like, here's a perfect example. Yesterday, like today, when I was talking to you, I was like, hey man, do you want to go live, maybe, if you're feeling up to it? And you're like, well, I'm working out right now, and it was like 7. And I've been, I normally, dude, I had a streak, Drew, where I didn't miss a workout for about 3 years in a row.
Mm,
And this last week I probably haven't worked out one time because I've been so down in the dumps. And when you said that to me, I was like, dude, I'm not working out because I'm mentally messed up. But Drew is literally like, he's dealing with some serious physical stuff and he's at it right now. So I was just like inspired by that. That's crazy. It
thanks.
was like a kick in the balls kind of kind of moment for me. I was like, okay. I was like, all right, okay, touche. You go, Drew. I was like,
Yeah.
all right. You know what I mean? It's like I was like Bill Paxton and Aliens. I was like, what are we gonna do, man? What are we gonna do? And you're freaking Hicks, dude.
Yeah, I always said like I was telling Shannon this weekend we were talking about something and I said you've seen aliens in recent times. She said, "Yeah." And I said, "I'm like Corporal Hicks. I'm not the
Yeah,
leader, I'm not in the front trying to be headstrong as a leader. I'm the guy that can be the leader if I need to be, if it's important and it's deemed worthy. If not, I kind of stand back,
in the
you
cut.
know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But if you need me, if I am needed to be that, I can very well be that. So that's why I love the character of Hicks because he really represents that really well, you know?
And
Yeah.
that's kind of like that's me. It's like, well, if somebody has to be there, okay, but it's I try to be humble with that, and that's why I move the way that I do because I try to be
Hmm.
humble with everything that I take on and everything that I do. That's kind of
Yeah.
my thing.
No, that's the way to go, man. You don't have to peacock. Um, definitely don't have to do that. I just think it's cool, man. Is there any like what do you has there been like anything you wanted to ask me ever that you didn't ask me?
You have
Any
told me quite a
questions?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some. You've told me quite a lot, about yourself.
Yeah.
From growing up, you and your brother, the cold water, the Ninja Turtle pies. We've, we've encountered a lot of things, but I'm sure there's some stuff that I definitely that'll pop and be like, I gotta ask Alex about that because like I want to know,
Yeah.
and I look forward to that and connecting more. And you can ask me anything. I'm pretty open book policy, with everything. So I'm like, yeah, you can ask me about that, sure. I don't mind that at all. And so I definitely want to uh grow and learn all those things because if I can get in tune with that and understand that, then I can be a pillar of strength and help for you if you need
Yeah.
that. Because then I
Yeah.
understand your patterns or rhythms. So what I'm doing with Shannon is like, okay, let me get down all these patterns or rhythms so I can be in tune with her and be like, oh, okay, here you go. Because
Yeah.
I did the work to kind of keep that where it needs to be. So yeah.
Yeah. Drew is one of the greatest dads I know. I'm proud of him. He's awesome. Drew is a great dad. You damn right he is. Um, Johnny Utah says the Kennedys, like a family that's like cursed. I wouldn't say cursed, more as like bad decisions. Um, John F. Kennedy got elected in the '60s, and he was allegedly backed by the mafia. And then when
Mhm.
he got into office, he was like not wanting to do what they wanted him to do. Have you heard that too, Drew?
I have definitely heard that
Um,
that it's so weird sometimes with decisions, but the mafia ties, the bootlegging ties, right? About that, the bootlegging ties with the Kennedys and all that
yeah,
jazz,
definitely,
you know.
definitely.
But here's the sad part about Kennedy was Kennedy could have been the greatest president we ever had if he had really gotten a chance to do that term and do it the way that he wanted to. That's why the ask not what your country does for you. That speech, if you hear the
Yeah,
whole version of it from beginning to end, he talks about a whole bunch of stuff about how it's wrong and how he's not going to stand for that. And that was the issue that they had with John was that John really tried to stand for what was right and he challenged that narrative of doing that. And I think that's what put the assassination moving. And then I think Bobby was going to back it, you know, going forward, possibly be president and carry on the plan to help the people. And what happened with him? It's like then they took him out quick. So it's always been that kind of thing. So the people that really could make a difference and help, they secretly start just getting knocked off, which is really, really bizarre. But I think Kennedy really could have been an A plus plus top president. You know, I think
I
he
think.
really could have done something like that.
Do you think that the Kennedys had anything to do with Marilyn Monroe uh, being unalived?
I don't think John had anything to do with it. I mean, yeah, that was his lady and stuff like that. I think that Hoover Hoover was really the problem because Kennedy had his own special G-man force. Forgot what they were called. Okay. But Hoover was against that. And at that time, when Hoover was at his power, look at what happened in that time. John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Jack Ruby, Charles Lee Ray, uh, Marilyn Monroe, right? Was
Yeah,
7, 8. I mean, when Hoover was involved, he handled things a certain way. And usually that meant really taking somebody out, kind of a thing. And I think a lot of that, and I also put the assassination blame on Hoover because he's the head of the FBI. How does he not know?
Well,
What's going on that day?
who in the hell put John F. Kennedy in a convertible? Why would you do that?
Exactly.
Are
Yeah.
you are you fucking crazy? Like that's the dumbest shit ever. And then do you think Jack Ruby is the one who did it, or do you think they pinned that on him? Like, or maybe
Oh, Jack Ruby didn't do that. They okay. Oswald didn't do it. Jack Ruby didn't do it. They pinned it. Sirhan. They pinned that on those guys. They said, why did they put so much time in Oswald? Because they had the perfect setup. That's why. They told him to go to the movie theater. They told him to go get him. So that way they could go, oh, we got him. He's in the theater. That was all just a setup, basically, to have fall people in place. You know, that's the thing about it. Same with Martin Luther King. I mean, it was just, they had things in place. Same with Malcolm X. They made a deal with the Nation of Islam to rub him out with help from them. That's what that's all about. So you look at this stuff and you go, wait a minute. So when people start doing better and getting better in these departments or trying to, this is when all this weird stuff tends to show up. So it's weird like that, man. The stuff that people have done, uh, and the stuff that they do to keep it going. And it's just like, ugh, it's crazy.
I feel like politically, like I like I don't know, man. Like political parties and stuff. I kind of feel like there is no Democrat, there is no Republican. I feel like they're all just kind of in on it together. I feel like they're all elite. They're all super rich. I feel like they're all more in contact with each other than they let you know. And it's almost like they put these things together to separate the common people just to cause problems, to like control everything. That might be a conspiracy theory, but I mean, I might not be too far off.
Well, I'll say this, like, there are a lot of things in a historical standpoint that, have happened, current times and past times. And this is kind of a conspiracy theory, but how many of those have been proven to be true? You see what I'm saying? Or
Hmm.
patterns of something, you know? I didn't think we'd be running up against some Epstein Island, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
But stuff went down and it was crazy, right? So you have to look at that. There's things that are going down that are just insane, but they're happening, and where are we in all this? Like, as a society, like, how do we approach it? People are like, well, defund the police and everything. It's like, well, who's going to help you? you know
Yeah.
uh that's kind of the thing about it, is like, and again, Hoover and people like Hoover in positions of power, they gear things a certain way to the way that they want it to. You have to fight against that too. So it's a
Um
very complex answer.
that Epstein Island thing like was all over the place. Like
Yeah.
literally all over the place. You could not shake it. Like even if you didn't want to look at it, it would pop up. And then as
Hmm.
soon as Trump started the war, it just disappeared. It was like he orchestrated a war so you wouldn't talk about him being on Epstein Island. It's just crazy.
Yeah. That's it's happened before, you know, but there's so much that goes on with this political game thing. There's a lot to it. You really have to be up to your snuff on stuff because
Which
stuff
I
goes by quick.
which I am not, and I don't say that I'm not a political person at all. I just like have eyeballs, and I'm noticing what's going on with the,
Mm,
it's just like with what's really interesting to me, Drew, is like every time somebody does something great, they're like, "Hey, man." this scientist just discovered the cure for this cancer, or this person just like there was a person who just came he had a YouTube channel and he was like a great scientist and he was telling everyone how they could have self-sustaining food, how to create their own energy, and he was going to post it for free, right, online.
Mhm.
And he was unalived, or he died like last week, and he was only like 40. Like, what's the odds of that, dude? It just seems like whenever anything like that life changing or world changing happens, they die. It's just
Yeah,
really, what's the odds, bro?
because if they lived and they did what they thought or fulfilled whatever they're supposed to do, it's going to be great. But it also means that opposite sides not getting paid, they might get cut. People start investigating them. So that's what it really gets down to.
It's just all money. It's all about money.
Oh yeah, it's all money and power.
So
Look at the situation. It's all
e-
money and power.
everything's money. So like, at what point though, do you have enough money? Like, why can't you? Like, seriously, man, I'm just asking like an honest question. Like, if you like Sylvester Stallone,
Hmm.
he said this quote. He's like, it got to a point with me where I could only drive one car a day. I could only wear one suit a day. I could only eat one steak a day. You know what I mean? Like, at what point, how much is enough? Like, I just don't understand that, how you could like step on people or hurt people for money. It does not
Well,
make sense to me.
you have to think about. Remember when Wyatt Earp asked Doc Holliday that question? What makes a man like Ringo do the things he does? He does, right? Remember what he
Okay.
said? He said, "A man like Ringo can never kill enough, steal enough, anything enough." And he's like, "Why?" He's like, "Because he's angry at life. Angry at what? At himself." He's like, "He's angry for being born." What she's saying, this person is just destructive as all get down because they have like an empty hole. Now let's look from a historical standpoint. In history, Johnny Ringo didn't die by the hands of Doc or Wyatt. He actually survived. Okay, years later, he had put a rope on around himself and gone that way. You see, because Johnny Ringo wasn't at peace with himself. That's why he was always so angry over the top, you know,
Yeah. I think,
because he was
well,
never at peace with himself.
peace is something that you can't buy it. You have to, and you don't work at it either. Peace is a gift.
That's true.
Peace is a gift. It's not from here. It's not from us. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. I would say like what yeah, I don't know, man. That might be a good thing to end on.
Mm.
Do you want to do it tomorrow or no? What do you think?
Let me see. I should be able to do something for you tomorrow, I think. Let me see
Uh,
what's going on, but I think that's workable.
Only if you want to hang out, dude. It's no problem
Oh,
at
I
all.
love hanging out with you.
Awesome. We
So,
can have a watch party. We can do whatever. Maybe watch Dick Tracy.
yeah, that'd be cool.
All right, man. Love you. I
Love
appreciate
you too, buddy.
everything. Happy birthday, Aaron. Spoiler.
Happy birthday, Aaron. You're
Happy
awesome.
birthday, buddy. We
Enjoy
love
your
you.
colonial marine alien birthday.
All right, Drew. I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Later,
All right,
guys.
buddy.
Thanks for
Be
watching.
good.
I will. Thanks, man. You too.
All right.